Hi, hello, everybody. How are you doing? How are you feeling? Hopefully, everybody's doing well, feeling well. I'm gonna move the window just so I can see chat really quick here. Don't anybody ruin anything. Monopoly Man. If I do pop in, hope you enjoy this show. I am Lord Drakoth. Draketh. Thank you so much for the follow. Very much appreciate that. Monopoly Man, Gendenator, R-Wing, Ryan. Yeah, hello. What's going on? I hope everybody's doing okay. I hope you're feeling good. I hope you're thank you for joining me for this early stream so that I can watch this event, because this means that I can also go back online, because I see it. I see the chat. I still see the chat a little bit. Flash Monkey, what's going on? That nobody was happening. We're gonna watch the Nintendo Directs, the indie showcase and the partner showcase. I haven't watched them yet, so this is my. They come on too early. It's at 10 in the morning, which I'm already at work. So, or I'm still at work. So I came home to watch it really quick. I did. So for anybody else. Yeah, it went live early. Night Owl by trade, what's going on? Dragoon, what's happening? Blue Wave. I did watch the Sonic trailer. I see you guys mentioned the Sonic trailer. I actually did watch that. I still haven't watched the first two movies, but I did watch the trailer. I won't get into it yet because I do want to watch these events so that I can see chat again. more reliably so I figured I'd give everybody a couple minutes, but we got a bunch of people here, so why don't we, it's the Indie Direct first, which I'm not going to get into the same conversation I had yesterday, but it's the indie showcase first, Indie World I think it's called. So there's probably not going to be as much here that I'm going to get really excited for, so that should kind of give everybody time. This is like the opening act, right? I know I feel like I always get people mad when I talk about the indie showcase that way, but this is like the opening act, right? This is the band that's on when you go and get your t-shirt, right? I'm teasing, but no, we're gonna get started here. So this is the Nintendo. See, this is what drives me crazy. It's partner showcase and Indie World, but Indie World is first.
And Nintendo Direct partner showcase back to back.
Okay.
First up, here's the Indie
and I'll
World
check chat
showcase.
real quick to see if I can like, let me know if you guys can hear everything okay. I'm gonna turn it up a little bit here. Yeah, Indie World is first for some reason, even though it says partner showcase in an Indie World, like when you read it right to left, so it kind of drives me crazy. But yeah, I'm gonna close chat so I can't see you guys really.
I'm Amber.
I'll pop in from time to time. I don't want anybody to come. I'm more worried about someone coming in and spoiling something.
It's time to lay our cards
like
on the table.
just a jerk.
Wait,
or just people accidentally, like they think I already saw it.
Deal.
So they come in and are like, "Oh my God, can you believe?" And I say, "Oh, I haven't seen it yet."
I hate portals.
This guy sounds like me. Wait a minute. And you can hear everything okay? The Witch, what the hell? Is this Witcher? Is this the poker? Hey, CJ. Everything sounds fine. Okay. Wait, is this Vampire Survivors? This game's awesome, by the way. Vampire Survivors. I wish there was crossover, like cross saves or whatever, so that I can get it on PC. All right, so this is a lot of Baltro crossover with these other things. I don't know what the hell Baltro is. Is this just video poker? Baltro, yeah, like Friends of Jimbo. Like I don't know what Baltro even is. It looks like just video poker.
Hola, som nou d'estudi, l'equip
Which
de
I guess that's
Gris
what it
i el
is, right?
pròxim joc Neva. El nostre joc és una història de maternitat on els jugadors assumeixen el rol de l'Alba. Començaran la seva aventura al costat d'una petita lloba anomenada Neva.
Els capítols inicials del joc mostraran com l'Alba haurà d'encoratjar i protegir una jove Neva dels perills del seu món. Però al final del joc, una Neva més gran i ferotge es convertirà en la protectora de la seva
Card
figura
game from what I
materna,
heard.
l'Alba.
Like I said, I'm popping in the
equipo
chat
ha
every
estado
once in a
trabajando
while.
duro para mostrar una
This
conmovedora
is work,
perspectiva
Flip.
sobre cómo quienes nos protegen.
Technically,
eventualmente
Flip, it's not work
necesitarán
because
nuestro
you should have
cariño y
already
cuidados
seen
también.
this.
Estamos encantados de poder compartir las últimas novedades del juego y esperamos que os unáis a Alba y Neva en su aventura en Nintendo Switch.
It's iced tea. It's not a beer. Year of Grease. Or Gris. Grise? Gris. Grease. Did we see this game? I think we saw this game already. Have you ever seen a game this beautiful? Never. That was nice. It looks like I played like Child of Light and like it looks like sort of like that.
Insect megacorp that's buzzing with mysteries.
Wait, is this Silk Song?
In this surreal RPG, you will take on the role.
Ronan, rating with a party of 5. What's going on? We're watching the events. I can barely see chat.
This is no time to celebrate.
This is Silk Song, I think. It's insects at a corporation. This might be Silk Song. KH Sorcerer in the hunt with a tier 1 subscribe for 42 months. Thank you so much, KH. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Ronan, for sending everybody over here and for coming over here yourself.
You'll befriend bugs from all walks of life, each with a story that's interwoven.
Wait, it's bugs. Don't say
Not
raid.
everyone will
That's
be
the bug
friendly,
spray.
though. Take on enemies in verbal showdowns with
Yeah, that's
multiple
weird.
dialogue choices
Subscribe for
and be sure to
42
bring your
months.
fighting
They've been
words.
subscribed for
Your
43
choices influence
months.
How the story
What?
progresses. There are multiple secrets, quests, and
Oh,
endings to
KH, I think the
unravel.
42 is in a
experiment
row?
and see
Maybe?
what happens.
Wait, no? That doesn't make any
Monkey
sense.
buzzes onto Nintendo
Seeking early
Switch
streaming.
next
Oh, Lilac, I
spring.
just wanted to get this done. Or are you saying Ronan was,
guys.
getting an
AJ
early
and
stream
Dio
in?
from Tokyo Productions in
That was
Indonesia.
Silk Song, right? That was Silk.
part of
They were
Coffee Talk team.
insects.
And with our
That makes it
Maximus
Silk Song.
friend
Anything with
and
bugs
the
is Silk
original
Song.
creator Fahmi, we created Coffee Talk and Coffee Talk Episode 2.
Hey everyone, I'm
Turkey Hill, I see
Style,
it.
a
Nah,
game
this is
designer and
Arizona.
writer.
This is
I was
Arizona.
the co-writer of Coffee Talk
Arizona
Discussion
half
Butterfly,
and half.
alongside John
Light.
at Toge.
Hi, I'm Kim
So I don't
Takakawa,
feel guilty
a
about
writer
drinking it.
and English to Japanese games translator. I had the privilege to work on the Japanese translations of both Coffee Talk games.
Today, we are thrilled to announce that we are partnering with Chorus to expand the Coffee Talk world.
We've been hard at work over the last year.
Coffee Talk
to come up
World?
with a
What is this, an
story
MMO?
that
Is this
retains
coffee
the
shop
crazy
MMO?
elements Coffee Talk fans are fond of.
And
but at
KH,
the
thank you
same
so much for the
time,
20
brings something
stream
new to the
streak.
table.
And now, we're very proud to announce an exciting new game for Coffee Talk fans.
Coffee Talk.
T-Talk. Oh, wait. Okay. I'm sorry. I thought it was T-Talk. Latte Talk. So what are these? These are just... Is this just like coffee shop visual novel? Oh, retired. Oh my god. I thought that word said something else. I would play the hell out of T-Talk. Is that what this is? Is this like... it's basically a coffee shop simulator. I gotta do some practice. You gotta practice, Flash. Flash, be better at doing the things that you know you need to do than I am. Gray, the lovable dragon, what's going on? Isn't that just 3 houses? Good, yeah, I can play Coffee Talk and not have to worry about battalions. Coffee Talk Tokyo. Now brewing. Oh my god. You look a little familiar. That's definitely me in like 10
Check out
years.
some upcoming downloadable content that will take you to new and unexpected places.
Discover a miniature clockwork
Ooh.
world in the Sea of Stars Throes of the Watchmaker DLC.
I can't believe I
Gear
still
up
haven't
for a
played this
journey
game.
full of oddities and wonders in which Valir and Zale will
How
have
do
to
I
play
still
by
not
new
have a copy of
rules
this
to
game?
Put a stop to a cursed
Maybe
carnival.
this is what I'll buy.
Zale will
KH donated me money to get a game, so maybe this is a game that I'll get.
Will dazzle as an acrobat.
Do I get a physical? I feel like I
Together
want a
with new
physical, but then they
playable
added
character
DLC,
Artie,
so the physical
they'll
is pointless
explore
anyway.
new areas and battle through dangerous dungeons in their quest to save the world of Orlage.
A malevolent spectacle awaits when this free DLC
Suplex
for
it.
Sea of Stars launches on Nintendo Switch next spring.
Oh, I thought there was no way we're gonna say later today, but could you imagine?
Get out of my swamp!
Sorry, Amber. But just like onions, this swamp has layers of dirt that need to be blasted away.
Ugh, fine.
Is this the Shrek
I'm
expansion
over it
to
anyway.
Power Wash
A
Simulator?
mighty good time awaits in the Shrek Special Pack paid DLC for Power Wash Simulator. Feel like an all-star.
Way to
as you
read the
wash away
room.
grime, covering 5 fairy tale maps from the Shrek universe, including Shrek's very own swamp and the Dragon's Lair.
Don a shiny suit of armor with a new night-themed character model. And
I
get
just
your power
don't
washing
get
game
it.
on when the Shrek Special Pack
Shrek?
DLC makes a splash on the Nintendo Switch system this fall.
Shrek had this weird resurgence, man. It happens. It's like every 15 years or so. Like 10, I'd say 10 to 15, no, 15 to 20. 15 to 20 years after something happens, it comes back as some sort of cultural phenomenon. Look at SpongeBob. SpongeBob kind of died away and no one really talked about it. And then it had this resurgence and it's kind of stuck around since then. But there was a huge gap where nobody gave a damn about SpongeBob. Like, not in the broad sense that they care about it now.
They enjoy the frenetic action, but are also charmed by the game's personality.
It's because the new Shrek movie is in the works. Oh, there is a new Shrek movie. Okay.
Thank you.
But that's the thing. Before the new Shrek movie, Shrek just got oddly popular. Look at what happened with the Bee movie. Remember the Bee movie had a whole meme around it? Well, we're just gonna post the whole Bee movie script. It's like, why did that suddenly become a thing? It was so strange. You know what's selling me on this more than anything else? The scan lines. Why is the visual filter... Why does the visual filter's doing something here that I love? Everything else is just kind of silly and whimsical, which I still like. It was on a typewriter. It had a little keyboard. It had a little keyboard. I think it's thanks to TikTok with things like SpongeBob and Shrek. I've often complained, I think that's what it is, because I've often complained about modern pixel art games that sort of, I love scan lines. When it comes to retro games, I love the scan line look, and no one really does that anymore. Everybody does a sort of clean, unfiltered look, and I like the scan line look. I don't typically need the VHS filter, but I do like scan lines. But I like a game that's built with them in mind.
Hey there! They say home is where the heart is. And that's especially true for this next game.
That's right. Household objects, appliances, and even concepts turn into eligible love interests in Date Everything, a game in which you can, in fact, date pretty much everything.
With 100 dateable characters, there are plenty of unconventional partners to choose from. Fall madly in love with Fabrizio the cabinet. Become besties with Shelly the shelf.
Hold on, kind of into Shelly.
Doug, your overwhelming sense of existential dread.
I think I'll pass on Doug. Can I fall in love with a lamp?
No way! Lux the lamp is all mine! But did you know that you could even date the game itself? Why don't I introduce you to Textbox-chan?
Engage in flirtatious,
hold on.
dialogue with
I don't mean to do this.
As you get to know them.
It looks like the letters all spelled right. INFLUNCE. Influence? No. Is that what that's supposed to say? Okay.
Date the game
Sorry.
itself?
Influencer.
introduce you to
Influencer.
Xbox
No
Charm.
shot that said
Engage in
influencer.
flirtatious, branching
I didn't notice
dialogue
that the
with these
R at
fully
the end
voiced
was also
characters
capitalized.
As you get to know them and form meaningful relationships.
There's
Influence.
the thought, swashbuckler.
Fluncer.
Drive as quick as my whip.
Why did
Bring
it
your
say
best
that?
dating game because your choices could result not just in love.
It's a.
but
Was there a
also in
capital
friendship.
E somewhere?
Or
It
even
said
a stain.
influencer. God damn.
Find the object of your affection. We
No
did
way.
Everything. Launches
Oh.
on Nintendo Switch, October
This is good
24th.
because I've been single for a while, so I've been thinking about effing my toaster.
the lead artist on Peglin.
And I'm Dylan, the game designer of Peglin and the founder of Red
What's
Nexus
that,
Games.
Linky?
The two of us created the first
It
version of
said
Peglin at a game jam in
influencer.
2019. The theme of the jam was fall, and we wanted to create something fun and physicsy.
Oh,
we ended up
man.
creating the first version of Peglin's battle system.
When the pandemic
That's
started,
a
working on
brave
Peglin
little
became a fun and
toaster.
creative escape. We made cute
I
places
think
and
it
enemies
can.
for our little goblin friend to explore.
Oh,
We then added two
brother.
of our friends to help speed up development, and now 4 years later, we're a team of 7, and we're excited to bring Peglin to Nintendo
The
Switch.
doors are voiced by Ben Starr.
The
Oh
dragons
my
have been
god.
stealing your gold for as
Wait, is this
long as you
Peggle?
can remember. It's time to delve into the heart of their lair and exact your revenge with the power of pegs.
In this roguelike pachinko-inspired RPG, you'll
It's a
aim orbs
Peggle
to
RPG.
hit pegs to deal
RPG.
damage in turn-based battles. The more pegs you hit, the more devastating the blow you'll deal to your enemies.
Bounce your way to victory with a variety of different orbs.
So
Some
get
can
ready
split
to
into
peg your
multiple
enemies.
copies. Others will pierce both pegs and enemies. And some will even heal you for every peg you hit.
The pegs themselves have some peculiar properties too. They can explode, help you unlock the critical power of your orbs, and more. With careful planning and aiming, you can create some spectacular combos.
Relics will
So
radically change
so
your
when
game
you
too.
peg the
Equip
monsters,
these rare passive power-ups to
you'll
prevent lethal
explode,
damage or turn pegs
and
into
your
bombs.
orbs will grow more
Just to
powerful.
name a few. Each run presents new opportunities for possible
They're
combinations.
doing it on
Teach
purpose,
those
right?
dragons a lesson
They're-
when Peglin bounces onto Nintendo
they're
Switch
doing that
as a
on
timed
purpose.
console exclusive later today.
They have to be doing that on purpose, right? Peg your enemies until they explode and increase the power of your orbs? Come on, man. There's no way you're not doing that on purpose. This is delightful. Don't forget the L. Wobbly life. That's if you
Okay,
win at
Follow
Peglin.
my lead and watch out for the caterpillar.
We're doing great so far. Hey, careful! There's a Andrew.
Oops. Let's try this again. Scoot, scoot.
Jump! Good thing we're tied together.
Look, a key. Let's
These
grab it.
games,
Hey, don't jump on my head. Let
I'm
me.
going in.
Oh,
these games,
all right.
I
let's
think they're
slow it
supposed to
down.
be a lot of fun,
And jump.
Got it.
and I'm sure they are.
Yay.
We make a great
But I
team.
can promise
Now
you,
let's try it with 8 players.
these just piss
Oh
me
boy.
off.
As you can see,
I
cooperation
just
is
get
key
so
in
angry.
This puzzle platform. Up to 8 players need to work together to navigate levels full of ledges, cliffs, and other obstacles.
Use
Is it
strategic
Knuckles
stacks,
Chaotix?
coordinated
Oh yeah,
movement,
you're
and
right. That
puzzle
did have
solving
some sort of
skills
like
to find
attachment
all the keys
mechanic.
and reach every level's exit. There are
Oh,
more
thank
than
you,
60
CJ.
levels.
Yeah,
and
these
each one can be
games-
completed no matter how many
Stuff
players
like
you
this,
have on your side.
snipper
Think it'll
clips.
be a walk in the park?
I know
Think
what the
again.
purpose is.
Even greater
It
challenges
just
await
drives
in
me
Dark
insane.
Mode,
Unless
where
it's for
your
fun. Like,
skills
obviously it's
and
for
your
fun, but
friendships will be put
like
to
if we
the
did this on
ultimate
SGB,
Get ready for
I think it
multiplayer
would be kinda
mischief
funny.
when Pico Park 2 jumps on
oh my
Nintendo
god, it
Switch
is
as
later
a
today.
timed
Wait,
console
this could be an
exclusive later
SGB
today.
game.
Can't get enough indies? Here are some more titles headed to the Nintendo Switch system.
Can you
in the
imagine the
near
4 of us
future.
trying to play that game? Elliot would go mad. Matt sabotaging us. I'm just failing. John's trying to hold it all together. Oh, we played the demo for this, right? Didn't we do the demo for this? This wasn't terrible. I thought this was okay. Cuisineer? Ah, this is bait, and you know it. Hey, look at that. About time somebody mentioned it again. Bucket Squire, woo! Jump.
Okay, that's all for today's show. Hey, where'd you get that pizza?
I found it in that tower over there.
What?
Ah, here we go. All right, I knew people were going to be freaking out about this one. I saw a couple people saying that they wanted this, so I'm surprised this took so long. It's so frantic. It's also getting a physical version. That's another one I kind of would have assumed it already did. I would have assumed Limited Run or somebody already did that. Wow, today. Oh, wow.
That's all for today's Indie World. We hope you enjoyed today's showcase.
As always, a big thank you to our indie community and partners making games
Oh,
for
fan
Nintendo
gamer
Switch.
is. That means it won't be
Follow our
limited.
official Indie World
Hero,
account
that
to
also
stay
means you'll
up to date
probably
on
get
all
it within a
things
few
indie on
weeks
the
of the
Nintendo
game
Switch system.
account.
Stick around for more exciting news and updates.
On
in
to the
today's
next
Nintendo
Direct. And hi, everybody. If I've not
Partner
said hello to you,
Showcase,
I haven't really been
starting
able to see you
right
too
now.
often.
Until next time, happy
gaming.
Interesting. So hold on. I want to go back to that really quick here.
Starting an Nintendo Switch system. Stick around for more exciting news and updates in today's
So they
Nintendo
made a
Direct
transition
Partner Showcase,
into the
starting
Partner
right
Direct.
now.
So if these
Until
were
next
two
time,
separate events that
happy
Nintendo
gaming.
just ran at the same time, they probably wouldn't have done that. So I feel like this might have been in the works for them to have both of these at the same time. Interesting. Yeah, no, that's kind of what I was thinking. Was like, oh, they just had the Indie World and they had a partner showcase, and they said, oh, well, we're just gonna run them both at the same time. We're gonna make some room. So it's interesting that they actually did write a transition. So that this was the plan. This was the plan to do. Yeah, this feels very planned. Also, Metal Slug isn't indie. Is it not an indie company that's developing it, Lilac? Metal Slug has had this weird thing over the past, what would I say, a year, where Metal Slug kind of appeared in a bunch of different places. Is it an indie company developing it? Oh, SNK is making it? I mean, yeah, that's not, because that's an SNK property, but that's not, I didn't think it was them that was making it, right? An indie company is making it. Yeah, because Metal Slug is an SNK property. SNK's publishing it. All right, so maybe it is a much smaller company developing it. Is it another Dave the Diver? SNK licensed it out to an indie company. Yeah, let me know who is developing the game, because that might be what it is. Is that it's a small company that is actually making the game, but then the property is like Cadence of Hyrule. I would have expected Cadence of Hyrule. Did that show up in an indie world? Can we get an actual Metal Slug game? Didn't we de-indie Dave the Diver for being published by a main party? A lot like Nexon. I thought Nexon developed that game. I thought that was the problem with Nexon, is that they had developed that game. Interesting. Cadence of Hyrule was a partner showcase. Okay, all right. So Cadence of Hyrule was a partner showcase. Yeah, Dave the Diver's issue is they lied about it. They lied about it until they got caught. Yeah, I thought Dave the Diver's issue was that Nexon actually developed it, or like, that Nexon owned a smaller company, and the smaller company developed Dave the Diver. So the company that actually developed the game was backed by a much larger company. It'd be like if you said Monolith Soft. Right, if you said, "Oh, well, Monolith Soft is a small company, so we count this as an indie game," but then you find out that they're owned and backed by Nintendo, it would have been like that. That's what I thought would happen with Dave the Diver, was that it was developed by a small company, but that company was owned by Nexon, who's like a $200 billion company. So it's not exactly indie as far as most people would put it. Yeah, I thought that's what had happened with that. Monolith Soft, my favorite indie studio. Yeah, the company for the Dave the Diver was a subsidiary, not an indie team. Looking up, Metal Slug Tactics is being made by Lekir Studio, a relatively small company. So yeah, so SNK is publishing the game, but it's being developed by a really small company. Yeah, but then Lekir Studio, or whatever they're called, they're probably not owned by SNK. Small team equals indie team, right? Maybe Nexon, maybe. I mean, we had that whole problem when stuff like Shovel Knight got big, right? Shovel Knight was an indie game, right? Way Forward was kind of considered indie, and then Shovel Knight got really big, and then people started to say, like, is this still indie? Are they still a small little independent company? Like, it doesn't really work the same anymore. Let me ban, and then people dig Shovel Knight. All right, here's what we're gonna do. Give me a second. Let me run and get some coffee, and then when I come back, because I finished my what's it called? When I come back, we are going to get right into the next part. So we got the next part loaded up. So just give me a minute, and I will be right back. We're back. You guys are saying YouTube is broken. I'm already in, so hopefully this is fine. All right, here we go. Partner showcase. This is the one. Oh. All right, covering chat. I saw a theory for one thing that I thought would have been cool, which I've actually brought up several times.
Welcome
so other
to
than that,
today's
I don't know what's
Nintendo
going on.
Partner Showcase.
I know nothing.
This presentation,
Oh, and I think I
we'll
really
be
quick saw that
focusing
there
on
was an
Nintendo
update for
Switch
Disney
games
Dreamlight
launching
Valley.
in the second half of 2024.
But
from
that
our
might have been a
publishing
video. That might have been like a
development
post about an
partners.
old showcase.
Okay, let's get into the headlines.
Which I think we knew there was an update
These
coming for
games
that.
are falling into place.
Whoa, that's a Tetris block.
Celebrate
Tetris!
the 40th anniversary of Tetris with a compilation of historic games.
Really?
Experience the 1988 Famicom version
Ooh!
of Tetris. Chain
Tetris
combos using
2!
explosions
Wow!
in Tetris 2 plus Bombless.
I thought they'd forgotten.
Use special moves to win
Ooh.
in Tetris Battle Guided. And more in this interactive
Tetris,
museum,
Tetris.
including the games shown
Wow,
here.
I haven't even seen a lot of these games.
In addition,
Jeez,
enjoy
Tetris.
the brand new Tetris Time Warp, where you'll jump between
Ooh.
gameplay styles from
Oh,
across
look,
the
the
series.
first, like the very first Tetris. The second one over, the second one
You
from the
can
left.
also watch new documentary clips about the history of Tetris and its key players.
Ooh, I like this.
Tetris Forever drops onto the Nintendo Switch system this year.
Ooh, I like that.
Plus, the NES version of Tetris
Oh
is
my
coming
God.
to Nintendo Switch Online this winter.
Why is this taking so long? I was just playing the Game Boy one the
Be
other
on
day.
lookout for a Tetris 99 Maximus Cup event, also coming this winter.
I am not difficult to please.
Speed into
That
the
pleases
unknown.
me. That's awesome. Oh.
Journey to the galaxy's depths in this high-speed sci-fi adventure.
The
After
hell?
receiving a mysterious distress signal,
Star
you'll
Overdrive.
venture through a massive alien
Is that the guy's
world
name?
To reunite with your beloved. Ride the stylish hoverboard to explore stunning landscapes filled with all sorts of alien structures, from scorching sands to wavy waters. Each area will challenge your traversal skills.
Whoa.
Along the way,
Be a
you'll
pretty
face
cool
enemies
VR
in
game
frenetic
that'll make you
melee
sick.
combat. By unlocking skills and combining different abilities, you can find more creative ways to overcome foes. You can also
Boy, they love
customize
their
the
Ultra
hoverboard
Hand,
to
don't
match
they?
your riding style. Solve puzzles and gather resources to
Little
boost
D&D?
speed, steering,
Big gigantic
gravity,
hoverboard D&D?
and more. Whether you're racing through terrain at high speeds or in the throes of combat, the hoverboard will be there to help you. Leave no stone unturned
Marty!
as you explore
The
every
hoverboard will be
corner
there
of
to
this
help
vast
you.
planet. You never know what or who you'll find. Star Overdrive launches as a timed exclusive on
That looks
Nintendo
kinda
Switch
good.
next year.
Kind of like the way that looks.
Do whatever floats your goat.
This is
Welcome
Goat
to the
Simulator
vast
3, right?
island of San Angora,
Or the...
where you'll take
Yeah,
on
no,
the
it is
role
3.
of
Okay.
a goat. We're not kidding. In this sprawling sandbox adventure, you'll headbutt, lick, and explode your way across the island. Wreak havoc on anything and everything you find. Want to drive around town, join a yoga class, antagonize the locals? You can do all of that and more. Complete quests and
I
karma to
can't,
progress
like...
the story and
How do you
unlock
insult the game like
customization
this?
options.
Like,
From
I wouldn't
fashionable
think
nonsense
it's wearing
like floral
Crocs.
shirts and inflatable tubes to goat variants, including tall,
It knows-
hungry, and even
it knows
tasty
exactly
goats.
what it
So
is.
buckle up and grab your fashion style by the horns.
Frame rate, Marcos, I don't know what you're talking about. This game is
Unleash all sorts of
voted,
bad
all right?
mischief
Best of
in
all time.
two-player online or couch co-op. Hope you're ready to hoof it.
Yeah, I
because
still don't
the
get the
digital
appeal of
version
this
Goat
series.
Simulator 3 rams its
Ryan,
way onto Nintendo
you know what the
eShop
appeal of this
later
series
today.
reminds me
The
of? It
physical
reminds
version
me
of
of
the
like
game launches
Zoomer
on
humor,
Nintendo Switch
where
this November.
the point of the joke is the absurdity of it.
Rapid-fire mix of first
And like,
reveals and
I
game
don't get
updates
it,
coming
but
to
I
Nintendo
get
Switch.
why they get it. Kind of like Goose Game. Like I thought Goose Game was fun and silly, or silly looking, like in concept. Yeah, it's about the ridiculousness of it. Okay, I hope I don't get in trouble for this. Oh my god. Look at that thing. That looks cool. I do kind of like that. I wish this game just appealed to me more. It's not even that terrible. It's just... I've seen TikTok. I get why it exists. Archie. I love a good worms match, man. Okay, this is... I did see... So what I saw was a sizzle reel. A little clip thing.
Make Bikini
I think
Bottom
I
your
saw...
playground.
Because you know how Nintendo always puts, like, separate videos? I think I saw a video, like a thumbnail, that had a bunch of different things. I think it was everything in that
This is
sizzle reel.
Patrick. The silly sea star from SpongeBob SquarePants stars in this physics-based sandbox adventure. Bikini Bottom is your oyster. Make some hilarious mayhem.
You know
by
what?
performing
I'm
whimsical
curious
skydives,
about this.
digging up treasure
I'm
in the
curious
dump,
about this Patrick game.
or even blowing off steam in Mrs. Puff's rage room.
Is this...
Experiment with items.
And
you find,
understand why
from
I'm saying
exploding
this.
pies
Is this necessary? Like, is
tubes
for
to
this
make the
kind
world
of
more
game, is it
Patrick-y.
necessary to be a Patrick game separate? Like, why isn't
And
this
he's
a
not the
Patrick and
only familiar
SpongeBob
face
game?
here. Take on
What
comical
does
challenges from
SpongeBob bring to the
Sandy,
game
Squidward,
that
and
this
more.
needed to specifically be a Patrick game? You know what I mean? This makes so much sense for Patrick. So I don't know why. I wonder why.
When SpongeBob SquarePants,
Oh, it's
the
connected
Patrick
to the
Star
Patrick
game, launches
spin-off
on
show.
Nintendo Switch October 4th.
Oh.
Pre-orders
I didn't realize
begin
there was a
later today
there's a
on Nintendo
spin-off show.
eShop. Ready for your very own personal trainer?
Okay, let's get started.
Oh my god, they brought back Wii Fit.
1, 2, jump.
The latest entry in the Fitness Boxing series is
Fitness
punching its
Box.
way onto
Okay.
Nintendo Switch. Newly added features make it easier
Oh, it
to
ended
train
already?
more
Jesus.
regularly. Use Quick Workout to jump into an exercise program right after launching the game.
Right, put the punches together. But it looks like you've got more in you.
Once you're done, try going
They
the
should have
distance.
they should have Patrick befriend a worm that escaped from a fisherman,
With Mint
and then the
drills,
worm
you'll
is
practice
named
with your
Bateman,
instructor at your own
right?
pace.
Because it's bait, and then you have a thing where it's like Patrick and
And
Bateman.
in Sit Fit Boxing, you can complete exercise programs while seated for a different training experience. 30
I like
brand
that.
new songs are included.
Don't play any of them, please.
There are also 6 instructors, including 2 new ones. Plus,
Can I
you
date
can
them?
change their hairstyles.
Can I date
Let
them?
them motivate you as you work toward your goals.
So far, the indie world is better. The indie
Fitness
world, I
Boxing
could date my
3,
toaster.
Your personal trainer launches on the Nintendo Switch system December 5th. This is going to be a match to remember.
Ooh, what's this?
8 Capcom fighting games are brawling their way onto Nintendo Switch in one collection. Here's the complete roster of games.
Street Fighter Alpha 1?
Capcom versus SNK
Oh!
Millennium Fight 2000 Pro.
Hey!
Capcom versus SNK
Hey!
2 Mark of the
It's
Millennium
back!
2001. Project Justice.
Oh!
Capcom Fighting Evolution.
Yay!
Street Fighter Alpha 3.
Alpha
Upper.
3. Where's Alpha 1 and 2, man?
Plasma Sword. Nightmare Pillstar.
Plasma Sword. Oh, wow. Stark
Stone.
Lady. Well, Power Stone.
And Power Stone 2.
Wow, I didn't even like Power Stone, but I'm happy. Oh, why not? Where's Alpha 1 and 2?
Each game has
Alpha
its
1,
own
really.
training mode. And is playable
Power
online.
Stone. And Project
You
Justice.
can also visit the museum to enjoy artwork and music from each game.
Oh, what a great collection.
Capcom Fighting Collection 2 launches on Nintendo Switch next year. Plus, jump into the fray when
Oh!
Marvel vs.
Mar-
Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade
yeah.
Classics hyper combos its
All right.
way onto Nintendo Switch September
We
12th.
already know about this one.
Digital pre-orders begin later today on Nintendo eShop. The physical version of the game launches
Alpha
on
1 and 2.
Nintendo Switch
Oh, they're on the 30th
November
anniversary
22nd.
collection. They're on the 30th anniversary collection. Okay.
Next, please
Could have
take
thrown
a
them in
look
there,
at
too.
this.
And people loved Alpha 3, but I wasn't as big a fan as I was of the other ones.
聞いている遠い時代のあなたへ
The day I go on vacation. Well, Marcos, you wake up, you download it, and you take your system with you. Frame rates struggling here. Wait, which Honey Pop game is this? I called what this was really quick in Ronan's stream. What is this? I mean, you're happy about it, Lilac. It might be an Atelier game, right? This is an Atelier game. That's sad that I knew that.
We hope you're looking forward to the newest entry in the Atelier series, featuring a brand new
Oh, is that a
protagonist.
brand new game? It's not a remake of an old one?
Let's see some more headlines.
Wow.
Adventures and allies await in these Nintendo Switch games.
Nintendo Stellar Blade.
Remasters of the first two Suikoden games are
Oh
coming
yeah,
to
I
Nintendo
forgot about
Switch
these games.
in one bundle.
When?
Meet and befriend up to 108 allies in
New
these
Atelier,
turn-based
yeah.
RPGs.
When are they ever going to
During
bring
the
back
trial,
Iris?
You can strengthen your home base and expand your
My
spheres
God,
of influence
Atelier
while
Iris,
fighting for your
please.
cause. This collection
Ooh.
adds new support features like the ability to speed up combat and automate battles with a single button. Suikoden 1 and 2 HD Remaster, Gate Rune, and Dunan Unification.
Oh, I see
Wars
that. They jumped
launches
off the
on
cliff
Nintendo
because they were
Switch
feeling depressed.
March
It perks them right up.
2025. The HD 2D remake of Dragon Quest III draws near. After gathering your companions and
Yeah,
selecting
Iris
their
1, 2, and
locations,
3
you can
collection,
now
please.
customize their appearance,
They'll do them separate.
voice,
They'll
and
overhaul
more.
them and they'll do them
With the
separate.
new Monster Wrangler
Which would be
location,
fine because
you
I
can
still think
use
that they're amazing.
monster-like abilities to fight enemies and heal allies. There may also be places where you can put monsters to use, but that's for another time. Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake ventures onto Nintendo Switch November 14th.
Later today.
Pre-orders begin later today
Oh,
on
yeah.
Nintendo eShop.
I have all three, but I only
Castlevania
played 1 and
games
2.
Originally released on the Nintendo DS system.
Oh!
Dawn of Sorrow, Portrait of Ruin, and Order of Ecclesia. Rise
Let's
again
go!
in a single collection. Arcade classic Haunted Castle is also included.
Yeah, 'cause
featuring
why the hell
original
not?
And a reimagined version.
Oh, wait.
Plus, there's a gallery that includes exclusive art
Let's
and
go!
a music player. Castlevania Dominus Collection launches on the Nintendo Switch system later today. Build something you believe in. The award-winning strategy series returns with Sid Meier's Civilization 7.
Oh,
As one of many legendary historical figures, including newly added leaders such as Queen
Ah!
Himiko.
I didn't bring my
Prince Racer
Switch.
Strength,
My
and she
Switch
can
is at
initiate
work because I'm
diplomatic
playing
endeavors
stupid
to help
Monster.
you
Well, it's not
research new
stupid, but I'm playing
technologies,
Monster Hunter at work.
expand your territory,
Oh, my
establish
Switch is
your
at
empire
work.
across the map, and conquer or cooperate with rival
I
civilizations.
can't
You
get
can
it.
even create your own path through history by choosing different civs with each new age. In the
No,
modern age, you can
it's been
evolve
at
your
work.
empire
I
into
leave it
Meiji
at work
Japan,
because
known for
during
its
the week
scientific
at
strength
home
and
I'm
military
playing
force.
Baldur's Gate.
Plus,
So
you
at
and your
work I'm
friends
playing
can
Monster
see your
Hunter.
kingdoms collide in online or local play.
There's no point in me
Can
having
you
it here.
create
There's
an
no point in me
empire that
taking it back
stands
and
the
forth
test of
because when I
time?
get home
Turn the
and I
page
sit
on
down,
a
I play
revolutionary
Baldur's
new
Gate
chapter
3.
when Sid Meier's Civilization 7
Go and get
launches
it.
on the Nintendo
Go
Switch system
back.
February 11. Pre-orders
It's
are
also
available now
I
on
would have it
Nintendo
on the
eShop.
Switch because I would want it portably so that I can play it on the go.
Forge bonds transcending time.
You left your
Celebrate
Switch
the
at work?
30th
That's
anniversary
cringe.
of the Tales
It's in
of
my
series
safe,
with
but
a remaster of the action RPG Tales of Grace's F.
these Tales of games, man, there's a million of these.
When the protagonist Asbel and Prince Richard
Another game I'm happy
meet
to see.
Sophia's children.
We will always be friends.
The three soon become lifelong
And so
friends.
they were not always friends.
Several years have since
Yeah, there's so many of these. The only ones I played are Tales. I played some of Tales of Destiny 1. I played Tales of Eternia, and I played some of Tales of Symphonia. But holy crap, that game just felt slow to me.
This remaster adds enhancements like
Another
destination
Castlevania game on
icons
Switch that
and
isn't
toggling
Symphony.
enemy encounters,
Symphony of the Night
as
is,
well
I
as
think, the only
downloadable content
Castlevania game
from
that
the
I
original
really give a
game.
damn about that isn't on the system.
Tales of Grace's F Remastered launches on Nintendo Switch January
F this
17th.
game.
2 adorable adventures, 1 cozy bundle.
And that's Sony's fault. Yeah, you're right. It's Sony's fault. Rondo Blood isn't on the other system either, and I'm still bitter about it. Is Rondo? Yeah, you're right. Rondo isn't. The Requiem collection. If the Requiem collection was on the Switch, it'd be fine. And we haven't gotten it because of Sony. It said friends. In fact, friend is core focus, friend, friendship. Wait, hold on. Oh, F stands for friendship. I thought F stands, that F written that way. Doesn't that mean sharp in like music terms? Dracula X is on the Switch. You leave me alone with that. That's actually not that terrible of a game. I've said before that the Super Nintendo Dracula X, the reason it's terrible is because the better version exists. Oh, it's not sharp. What's the F? It looks like an F in music when you write music. Sorry, Sims, you got kind of the talking shaft there. It's for future art added to the PS3 version. Okay, that's why. So the original game was just Tales of Graces, and then this is Tales of Graces F. Yeah, isn't there like a F, a little symbol that looks like an F in when you write music?
Duties, such as helping performers prep for a show in the Pizzaplex salon.
Forte in music. It means to play a section louder. Okay, so there is something, right?
And hopping on
I always thought it was like a lowercase
log ride. Sounds easy. But you'll be doing all of this while avoiding animatronic atrocities along the way. Become a Fazbear Entertainment superstar. In 5
That's
nights
double
at
F?
Freddy's, Help Wanted
Graces was
2,
on the Wii. Graces F
launching
was
on
technically a
Nintendo
remaster
Switch
port to the
this
PS3,
holiday.
and now this is a remaster of the remaster.
If you're looking for more adventures in the Mega
This
Pizza
entire
Plex,
event has been long asked
help
for
Cassie
ports.
find her friend and escape the ruins in this free story DLC for 5 Nights at Freddy's Security Breach.
Yeah.
Launching on Nintendo Switch this holiday. Let's check out some Nintendo Switch games launching in time for the holidays.
Okay. If you say so. Will these be on the Switch too? Uh-oh. Rebrun. Supposedly this is getting a demo. They said that this game's going to be getting a demo soon. If it's not out already. I figured it would have said it if it was out already. Tales of the Shire. A Lord of the Rings game. The demo is out today? Okay. Oh yeah, this might be. Is this epic copyright music? Okay, I mean, these videos. You know what? I don't really worry about these videos as long as I don't get in trouble because they always get demonetized anyway on YouTube. Like no matter what I do, these videos get demonetized. Mute. Oh, mute now. You're saying I should mute now? Well, hold on. Let me. Like for something coming up or typical it is. I thought this was the typical music that Nintendo used for Direct. Oh, so this is like yeah, I mean Draketh, I mean what am I losing, right? What am I losing? 8 cents of revenue? I'm good now. Okay. Yeah, I don't really... And the truth is I haven't actually uploaded videos on YouTube. Like, I have all the streams for the past 2 or 3 weeks on my channel, but I just never made them live. So one day I'm going to... There's going to be like 20 videos are going to go live, and they're all going to be 4 hours long.
Struck, the energy sources known as runes ceased to exist, and the land fell into decline. In this fresh take on the Rune Factory series,
this is
step into a bigger adventure than ever before. As an earth dancer,
was that the thing from Cult of the Lamb?
Spiritual powers of nature through dance. Use the sacred drum to help crops grow faster. And the sacred parasol to summon rain. These treasures and your Earth Dancer abilities can revitalize the land.
This is yeah, the little lamb. It looks like the little guy from Cult of the Lamb.
Fields, construct houses, and more to revive nature and establish prospering villages.
Gotta get a farming sim in there somewhere. I mean, a farming sim, and it looks like a Genshin game, right?
Monsters may lie in wait.
Genshin Farming Impact. Oh wait, they're actually fighting.
And restore certain monsters to their human forms.
Go to the bathroom and use the sacred toilet paper. No, that big water wheel, that was to power the bidet.
Get to know the community around you and deepen your relationships to find friendship or even romance.
Yes, but can I have sex with my toaster? Is the question here.
Experience a beloved series reimagined.
Room Factor's Farming Sim, Pseudo Dating Sim, and Dungeon Sim all in one.
On Nintendo Switch next spring.
I wonder how the dungeon stuff is, like the combat is.
Next will be our last announcement. Please take a look.
You have sex with all the toasters. Last announcement. Uh-oh, wait a minute.
Immerse yourself in the story that started the epic saga in Yakuza Kiwami.
Wait, was this not on the Switch?
A Yakuza accused of murdering his clan's patriarch. And Haruka, a young girl on the run. Two individuals whose fates intertwine.
This was not on the Switch. None of these were? Were any of these?
Kamurocho, Japan's largest entertainment
Last time we had a
district.
Yakuza, oh, so none of these
must
are.
Navigate the twists and turns of Tokyo's underworld while confronting rival gangs. Swap between 4 fighting styles in real-time combat.
Is this the one we tried to play?
Or arm yourself.
Is this
with
the one I
makeshift
played?
Weapons and go up against anything in your way. There are also plenty of distractions to be found
Anyone
in
I have afraid will
Kamurocho.
not get this on Switch, given how
So
almost
take a break
75.
from brawling
Yeah, I
every
mean,
once
this
in a
is
while.
again, like you're talking. The thing you're trying to sell here is the portability. You're trying to sell the portability. I played
Discover
0.
how the epic
Oh,
series
okay, so this
began
is 1.
when Yakuza Kiwami launches on Nintendo Switch October 24th.
For the last see many fans remember the direct quote
That's
the
all
Switch
for
is too
today's
kiddie for the
Nintendo
Yakuza
Direct
game.
Partner Showcase. Thank you for watching.
Oh, we have one more. Ah, look at that. Oh man, the Castlevania games, the Tetris collection, this of Capcom collection. This is pretty good, man. I like this. This portability sell you on probably $39 more for it. Me? No. Some people? Yeah. All right, hold on. Yeah, Lilac. Here's the thing. I don't put it past people to spend that kind of money for something like that. For added usability or functionality, or I mean, people were more than happy to go and buy Persona 5 all over again because it added DLC. And you could have just waited for that if you had the original game. People double dip. They buy games. They buy the digital versions and then they buy the physical versions. Like, people do that. It's hard for me to say that about Yakuza because I'm not a crazy Yakuza fan. I don't appreciate the franchise the way a lot of other people do, but some people do, man. Some people, they love that stuff. And to be fair, you put it on the system. Let's say it comes out. That's the other thing. What price point is that game coming out to? Like, we're assuming $60, but realistically, that game could come out on the Switch and it's $30. Do we know that it's 60? Check Discord for the reactions to Capcom Fighting Collection. 2 folks popping off. Hold on. Let me switch this stuff up. So I can close this. I can close that. Let me move everything back around here. No, that stays there. That stays there. This goes here. Where is that window? That window goes over here. And then this. I can just disconnect that for now. Okay. Hold on, I'm moving everything back around. Okay. And would you say Discord for? Oh, this is I was wondering about this too. This is what's his name? Max's reaction, and then Ronan's reaction is here too. Foam Star, who posted Foam Stars? What's the matter? But the cheaper is like $5 to $10 now. Yakuza is almost always on sale and nearly always down to single digits. Yeah, I'm curious to know what that Yakuza game comes out, like the price point that comes out at. But some people they're crazy for that stuff, man. They're wild for it. Hey, listen, if you put Castlevania Symphony of the Night on the Switch right now for $20, and you said it was mildly enhanced, I'd probably buy it. Right? I have pretty much every version of Symphony of the Night there is, and I'd probably still buy it. Yakuza 6 is $3. I want the Castlevania collection. I never played the DS games. They're so good. The DS games, Dawn of Sorrow was really good. I'm interested to see how they handle some of the mechanics of the DS games. I said, we were talking about this a couple weeks ago. Not here. I was talking about this, I think, with John. And I was saying that, like, for Dawn of Sorrow, when you have to draw the symbol to seal the boss, I was like, just pick it out of a menu. You have a controller. If you make it so that it's like a wheel, you hold the button, the wheel comes up, and you pick the symbol out of a selection. I think you'd be fine with that. I don't think people were really going to care. Lewis is loving the DS collection so far, and I always think of Dawn of Sorrow for one reason. Because I always felt like, oh, are you serious? Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow is DS. I needed to use Order of Ecclesia. Order of Ecclesia is an ass-kicking game, man. That game does not pull any punches to beat that game. Just looked. Actually, it's D-O. Oh, it's DOS. Actually, it's DOS. Oh man, that was good, man. That was a good event. The indie world, the indie world was the indie world. I'm not really gonna get into it because that's how I feel about that. Pizza Tower was nice. I'm glad the Pizza Tower fan base has the game that they wanted, which I can't believe it took so long to do that. But that partner showcase was really good, man. There were some good announcements in there. I was really happy with that. Do you remember Resident Evil 1 to the DS? Deadly Silence was. Oh, I didn't even know about that. Oh my god. Capcom Fighting Collection 2, Advance Wars Dual Strike. Like, they did that a lot, which is like, how many Super games did we get on the Super Nintendo, right? We got a bunch of 64 games. Every game was called 64 for some reason. GameCube didn't have that. GameCube didn't do, Mario Cubed. They didn't do anything like that. Tetris, Castlevania, Capcom vs. SNK. Well, the Capcom collection, Toaster Dating. Oh no, I watched the Sonic trailer. I did watch the Sonic trailer. Oh, Zoo Cube. It's called the Dominus collection because it starts with D and ends with S. Oh no, is the S capitalized on Dominus? Oh, Kingdom Hearts did it for a Dream Drop distance. There was Cubivore. I'm worried after a decade of Capcom being amazing, we go back to another Capcom era. Gold, at least though, we have, in a much more accessible way, all of the good ones. That's the thing, because that's been the big gripe with Capcom. Like, all right, you go through this Capcom Dark Age where you don't get anything, but then it's not easy to go back and play the stuff that you do love. So even if we were to enter a Capcom Fighting Dark Age right now, where we go another 10, 15, 20 years without anything good, we have much more easily accessible ways to play the games that we do love. So at least they're there, right? I'm going to be honest, upon seeing this is the best way to do Indie and Partner Showcase. It goes back to what we were saying. Nintendo is treating indies with the same level of respect as any. And you're right, AGM. Putting the indies with this all together, now it does feel like one big, giant, cohesive event. It does kind of feel that, because now it feels like one big event where the indies have their own part of it, as opposed to their own event, which if you don't like the indie stuff, you kind of don't pay attention to. But now if you like the partner stuff, which most people do, most partners are just third-party games, you're going to watch the indie showcase anyway. You're gonna go and you're gonna watch it because it did feel like one big cohesive experience rather than two separate things that they stuck together. Rayman 3D, 3DS I think was bigger for the 3D, where they tried to do a lot of that stuff. But the 3D Dream Drop distance is great. We've been out of the Crapcom zone for a good while. Exo Primal was a slight bump in the road. And I still argue that Exo Primal was a decent game. My biggest gripe with Exo Primal was the competitive nature of it. I think it should have just been PvE. I think we would have been fine with that. A shock of they're available cheaper has been said to every Switch port. It sold well, even with this game on sale everywhere else. Yeah, you're right. Didn't really factor a lot of people's choices when buying Switch games. Yeah, you're right, because a lot of the time that comes out, and that's the argument, is that, well, it's cheaper somewhere else, but it's not. But it's easily accessible. It's here. You know, some people only have one system and they have the Switch, so that's the one that they bought. So that's a good thing for you. I think ultimately it's a good thing for Yakuza. I'm still curious as to what the price point is going to be when that game comes out, though. I'm waiting for SNK to do Fatal Fury. That'd be nice, man. A nice big SNK collection. Ronan? They didn't do a They haven't done a Fatal Fury through Real Bout. They haven't done a collection like that, right? Yeah, Fatal Fury, Art of Fighting, Sam Show. Do you think they would do Sam Show? See, you know what I would put? You know what's crazy? I would put Sam Show with Ninja Masters, right? So you got Ninja Masters, you got Samurai Showdown. Maybe throw a little Ninja Combat on there, and maybe Last Blade. If you want to squeeze Last Blade on there, I think there's a theme that you could do where it would make sense to put those games together. They just released SNK versus Capcom. They did a Samurai Showdown collection already. Okay, Samurai Showdown is on Steam. Okay, so you would just have to put it on Switch. All right. Yeah, the Suikoden remakes were in this video, and I thought that was really good. You can find it cheaper. It didn't stop Rockstar from admitting they profited way more out of Switch users with GTA and Red Dead re-releases than they ever thought. Their words. Hope eventually we get a re-release of SNK versus Capcom. Yeah, that's the one that we're missing, right? We're missing SNK versus Capcom. We're missing Tatsunoko versus Capcom. I don't think we've had a re-release for that. A Tekken collection would be really nice. I think that would be really good. Bring back Battle Arena Toshinden, right? Okay. Maybe they don't all have to come back, but I'm kind of bummed out that Plasma Sword is going to be on that collection and not Star Gladiator, because I did like Star Gladiator. Yeah, Tatsunoko versus Capcom, I think that's one of the ones that we're missing. I don't see that happening because of rights issues. I don't know. I don't know. We always say that. We always say that, Lord, and then somehow it happens. You know what I mean? I get it. Nobody's saying that wrong about being cheaper. I know what you're saying. You're not dumb. It's just yeah. I don't see that as a reason not to. And again, I'm still kind of curious because Lilac, that's the one thing I do agree with. If that game comes out at $60, that's going to be I really think people are just going to wait. But I'm curious to know if it comes out and it's just, what if it comes out and it's just $20? I think that'd be really interesting. I'd be curious to see how it sells if it comes out at $20. The fact they keep going on about no, I know, Lilac. It's okay. We're okay. We're okay. Heaven's Dark exacerbated by Kenji Inafune leading an exodus of staff from Capcom when he made the big stink and left. That's what they said. Yeah, like Marvel versus Capcom. You know, people thought that those games weren't going to come back because there's a whole bunch of different properties in there, and they still came back. They're still making new ones. So I don't think that that's particularly a reason for it not to happen. I think it's definitely a factor. I think we're so used to that, though. You know what I always say about these games that they don't come out because of licensing issues. It's never about the properties. Sometimes, obviously, I feel like it's always the music. It's always, whenever there's a problem, like, why doesn't this retro game ever come back? Because of licensing for the music. It's always the music always holds things up more than anything else. So as long as it's just characters, oh, well, they're not able to use it because of that character, they always clear that up. They always clear that up. It's music is always the one where there's some sort of weird problem. I don't know why it's always like that. Right? Sonic 3 was a real famous one where they had to remake music for it, and it always ends up being like that. We don't know who owns the song. The person who owns the song doesn't. The whole soundtrack is fine except for one song, but that's holding everything up. Like, it's so annoying. Probably going to be some time before we see a new MVC, though. MVC. What's interesting about something like that, what's interesting about MVC, Marvel vs. Capcom, is I feel like it doesn't have the same shock value that it used to. Those games like X-Men vs. Street Fighter, Marvel vs. Street Fighter, Marvel vs. Capcom, that doesn't really have the same shock value anymore. We're kind of used to that. I personally am kind of used to that. I'm used to the idea of crossovers. Where you have these big sort of, this plus this, and the one event started out with Baltro with a whole bunch of different properties. So I think that the crossover thing is a lot more common now than we used to see it. So I don't think it's as shocking. So I think we could get another Marvel vs. Capcom, but I think really at some point I would just imagine just some sort of larger fighting game, right? Marvel versus the world or something, and it's just a lot of different characters. The back-end music rights were treated as songwriters' property, not the developers, and nowadays the company just owns it all for safety. Tales series is kind of notorious with licensed music, as the intros are done with J-pop singers, so rarely do we get songs in Western releases. Do we count the Mega Mod Max is working on? Oh, I don't know. I'm not familiar with that. That's called Mugen. Yeah, we're done. We're done with the Yakuza thing. Yeah, ultimately good events, plural. Again, nothing really amazing for me in the indie showcase. I thought there were a couple of things that looked kind of cute and clever. The partner showcase, the standouts were going to be the Tetris collection, Castlevania. Ooh, excuse me. Ironically, yeah, it was like collectathon, collection-a-thon. Tetris collection, Castlevania collection, the Capcom collection. I would say those. I think those are probably the ones. Later, Benji, have a good one. Thank you for stopping in. Yeah, I think those are the good ones. Those are the ones that are jumping out at me. Capcom Infinite, Suikoden 1 and 2. Yeah, Suikoden 1 and 2. I think that looks really good. I only played a little bit of the first one. I never played the second one. I've seen it. I watched my friends play it, but I never played it myself. A lot of collected indie console ports, but a lot of them were asked for one. Yeah, so and I don't say that as a problem. I don't say that as, it was just a lot of ports and stuff, because I know people will, right? This was all collections and ports. Great, it was all collections and ports. Exactly what I said the end of life for the Switch should be. The end of life for the Switch should have been collections and ports and remasters and the occasional remake. That's all it needed to be. That's what everybody should be expecting at this point in this. Everybody's, this new game can't come to the Switch because it's not as powerful. Yeah, I know. I agree. I agree. It's the only argument that makes me say it's time for the Switch 2. The only thing that makes me say it's time for the Switch 2 is not I'm tired of ports and remakes and remasters. It's just that this system can't get the new games. There's a rumor going around that they could potentially bring Black Ops 6 to the Switch 2, which would be kind of amazing, right? For Nintendo to get a new Call of Duty game, like a new Call of Duty game. But it's not going to happen for the Switch. It won't happen. It would need to be the Switch 2. And if Nintendo cared about that kind of stuff, if they cared about making sure that they're able to get competent versions of all the newest games, they need a Switch 2. But as far as complaining about the current Switch because of remasters and remakes and ports and collections, I don't care. It's awesome. This is great. This is so fantastic. I love where we are with this system right now. Yeah, modern ways to play old games that people have been complaining about not being able to play forever. This is great. Save the new stuff. Yeah, save the new stuff for the successor. End of life for the Wii U was just dust mixed with tears and a lot of copium. and Mr. L. And a handful of games on the 3DS that probably should have been somewhere else. A lot of ports, which has been the meme of the Switch since release. However, I'd argue this is still a solid variety within these collections, not just fighting games or a specific genre. Yeah, it's a lot of different things that you can do there. I feel bad for the games that came after the bigger announcements, right? Poor Civ 7. No, we weren't even. I barely looked at the screen when we were talking about Civilization 7. I'm fine with the Switch getting all. Yeah, it's great. Oh my god, I'm so happy with that. I really wish I had my Switch right now. I should have brought it in anticipation of something coming up. Poor Atelier. I just don't know enough about Atelier games. I have Iris. I have Iris. I have all three of them, don't I? Yeah, I have 1, 2, and 3. Xeno Saga is the one that I'm missing the third one of. I have the 3 Atelier games, and I have Ryza 1. I have Ryza 1, which I still haven't gotten around to. Call someone from work. No. I work by myself. My job is like when it opens when I get there. It closes when I leave. Stream my walk. Yeah, and it's about like I'd say it's about a 25-30 minute walk to work because I walk everywhere. So go pro your walk. No, I don't want everybody to. I don't want to dox myself. Well, I'm sure it's not. It's going to be another turn-based kind of game. I'm excited for the Atelier Yumiya. Kwame's confirmed to be $20 on Switch. Interesting. Thank you. Yeah, so that's kind of cool. I like that. I'm that's pretty interesting. To what a good event that was, man. I have to say it. How do we feel? Or I have to ask it. Let me ask you, because I'm going to answer it, but I'm going to ask you too. How do we feel if that was the last Nintendo Switch presentation? Because the theory, right, the joke that I made, which apparently is the real theory, is that they squeeze these together and push them out of the way so that in September or October, it's going to be the Switch 2. We're going to get a full presentation for the Switch 2. Satisfied. Whoa, look, hold your horses there. Last. No. In theory, the next Nintendo Direct, the actual Nintendo Direct, they could have put this stuff together and moved it out of September or away from September, because the next event is a full-blown Nintendo Direct that is the reveal of the Switch 2. That's why that whole thing that they're doing, where they announce something and then they say we just want to clarify that there won't be any Switch 2 news. I don't particularly think that that's necessary. I know that it's necessary in the sense that if they don't say it, people are going to say, "Oh my God, they're going to show the Switch 2." I don't think that it's necessary, because I think that when they show the Switch 2, it's going to be its own event. I think it's just going to be its own thing. So there's not going to be a need for you to say, "Oh my God, will they show the Switch 2?" I think when they say, I think they're going to say, join us on, whatever date for a 20 or 30 minute Nintendo Direct, focusing completely on Nintendo's next system. That's what they're going to say. So there won't be any question. So I don't think that there's been any real need for them to clarify that, because I think that they're going to flat out say the next event is going to be the Switch 2. Am I late? You're on time, Box. Well, you're late for watching the event. We watched the event already. Any of these next directs could be the Switch 2 announcement. I think it's the next one. I think the reason they did this is because probably early October, I would say we're going to get a Nintendo Direct that is specifically the Switch 2. And I think they're going to say flat out, this is Switch 2. People online are a bit excited for the Switch 2. So it's a bit necessary for the folks who don't realize it. Yeah, and yeah, Kier, them saying there's not going to be any Switch 2 news, I know why it's necessary, in the sense that people are just going to speculate. So they want to shut down that speculation. But I don't think it's necessary because I don't think that Nintendo's just going to randomly throw out the Switch 2. I think they're going to flat out say, like, when it's time for the Switch 2, Nintendo's going to say it's time. That's what they're going to say. Well, not in those exact words, but they're going to flat out say it. I think early October. I think September's all about Zelda. I think it's early October. I think they do exactly what they did. This is what I predicted last year. I think they do exactly what they did for the Switch. October announcement, January Direct that's a bit more about the release schedule, March release. I think that's a fair schedule. The one big thing that I think is coming is I think they're going to price drop the original Switch. I think they drop the OLEDs to $300. I think the regular Switches drop down to $200 to $250, and the lights, you can probably keep the lights where they are. The lights can probably stay where they are. What are the lights now? 170, 160, 170? You could probably bring it down to 150. Even no problem. Oh wait, it was a partner in indie. It would have been weird to have the main new system show up on an event that, yeah, the Switch 2 is going to show up at a Switch 2 event, and there's not going to be any question of it. And we see a picture of Mario peeking behind the curtain again. I know devs say they don't think it'll launch before March. Yeah, I think they're going to do the same thing they did with the Switch. The Switch was, you got the October reveal, so we stopped calling it the NX. You got the January Direct, which showed a lot of the games and stuff, and then you got a March release right at the beginning of March. And I think that's what you get. And I think you have the only thing I'm curious about is what the price point would be. I still think $350 to $400. I think $400 is the max that you go on that system. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they went $350 early on. The good thing is you won't need a new game. You won't actually need a brand new game, because I still think it's going to be backwards compatible. The main problem, you have people asking for a Switch 2 and anything. I'm sure most of them are memeing, but you do have people asking for Switch 2 and mini directs or even movie directs. I mean, they always kind of do that. They always do that. No, they wouldn't randomly throw the new console on the direct, but they are warning people not to expect, because people are stupid and they think it will be there if they, yeah, and that's why they do it. That's why they do it. I just don't think it's, I think if you think about it reasonably, which again, the problem is that people aren't thinking about it reasonably, but I think when you think about it reasonably, there's no way they're just going to randomly tell you the Switch 2. That's why I said, I've been saying that I think that if you wanted to do that, I think the clever way would be at the end of a regular direct to just say all of these games will be available on the Switch 2, and then that's your announcement for whenever the next direct is going to be, or the specific Switch 2 focused event. They showcase the Switch 2, and it looks like nothing like the original Switch, and it's, oh, could you imagine if the Switch 2 is not? Imagine if it's not portable. Imagine if they just say, no, we're going to do a home console this time. There's no way. There's no way that they do that. Nintendo's not, they're not like that. I don't think that, I feel like I have never seen anything from Nintendo to indicate that they're just going to abandon the previous idea. Even the Wii U that everybody admits was essentially a failure, was built off of the Wii. The Switch, and even the Switch, right? The Switch coming off of the Wii U, everybody said it's just the gamepad. So they always bring the last thing to the new thing. I still hope it's a hybrid. I think it will be. Again, if I want anything out of it, I would love if they offered just the tablet with a Pro Controller, or the tablet with the Joy-Con. I think I would be happy for that, because I would definitely take the tablet itself with the Pro Controller, and then I can buy the Joy-Con later, if I even wanted them. Oh no, it's only portable. Glad we got rid of that red WarioWare bird. Wait, do I remember that? I don't think I remember that. Yeah, they always retain proven successful ideas. They go crazy after failure. But then the Switch retained an idea from the Wii U, and the Switch is I think gonna be their most popular system if it's not, right? Oh, Pioro? Oh, Pioro. Ah, okay. Yeah, I would love a bundle with the program. If you gave me a Switch without the Joy-Con and with a Pro Controller instead, I mean, it's not like they're that much cheaper, right? It's not like Pro Controllers are $80 and Joy-Con are $30. So price-wise, they're the same thing. I would be happy for that. I think that's what I would buy. The GameCube failed, but look at the Wii. It's just 2 GameCubes. It's just the GameCube 2. Yeah, you're right. It's definitely going to be a hybrid. One thing Nintendo must have noticed sooner than us is that having all their devs in one system, you can focus for one game a month, since you're not competing with yourself anymore. It's likely it's going to be another direct for an update on their holiday titles, as well as the one direct for the upcoming titles. Probably a direct for probably like a Zelda direct. I mean, do we even need that though? They've been putting updates about the new Zelda game, so I don't think we need a Zelda direct. I don't need a dedicated event for that game. As far as an actual direct, like, what do they need to talk about in the holiday season? Like, legitimately asking, because I don't really. What, Luigi's Mansion 2? Like, is there a holiday schedule of games that needs promotion right now? That needs a direct to promote it. I don't really need to do long overview trailers for Zelda and Mario and Luigi. They've been doing some of and they've been putting out information about Zelda. They'll probably do that with Mario and Luigi. Mario Party, I mean, we don't normally get a direct of any kind for Mario Party, right? We don't get an overview. Then we're going to get one more direct announcing a few games. I'm curious about that. I'm curious about whether or not they're going to do that. Yeah, I think just Twitter trailers. That's why that's my point, is that I don't think that they're not going to talk about this stuff. I just don't think we're going to get something labeled a Nintendo Direct. I think we're just going to get Twitter videos and YouTube videos and 5-minute drops that, oh, by the way, let's do a 5-minute drop that talks about this thing. We got that didn't Tears of the Kingdom get that? Didn't they have an overview for Tears of the Kingdom, and that wasn't even a direct? It was just like a 7-minute video on YouTube. The Zelda Direct is just 20 minutes explaining to everyone why the boy in the green tunic is not named Zelda. Tears had a direct also? Did Tears have a direct? I remember Tears getting like a video. I'm expecting a Mario Party trailer next week because it will be at PAX West. It's very strange to have a partner showcase now and then a general a month later. Yeah, I don't know. I think that... And Mr. L, I think that there will be a general, but I just think it's going to be a Switch 2 video. Like, I see what you're saying. Like, you think that to be about the Switch 1. Yeah, I do find that kind of strange. I think that the next direct is going to be... This direct is going to focus on our upcoming system. And that's the thing. If the system is what is backwards compatible, like I think a lot of people are expecting, realistically, you could actually show the Switch 2, do a small overview of it, and then show Switch 1 games on the premise, here you go. You show the Switch 2 and you show some games, but you show the games that are going to run on the Switch 1, but are going to have upgraded versions and graphics and functionality on the Switch 2. That way, you're still showing off Switch 1 games, but you are also showing off Switch 2 games. My Switch is at work, so I can't download the Castlevania collection yet. Yeah, my Switch is at work. But yeah, I think you could do it that way. If you do the Switch 2 video, let's say you do a 30-minute video. Even if you even need that much. I think maybe a 10 to 20, I'd say 20 minutes. I'd say 20, 25 minutes maximum. You do 10, 15 minutes on the Switch 2, and you show the hardware. You talk about what it's going to be able to do. You don't get crazy with it. And then you spend the rest of the time showing off some games that are a couple of games that are going to show up, and you show how they're going to be upgraded versions on the Switch 2. Either they're going to have enhanced graphics, or maybe some more functionality or something. I think there's a way to do that. The Switch 2's at work. I've multi-dipped on many video games. I was dipped on Persona 3. Collected edition from Best Buy. The people really want you to go get your... I know, but I'm not. Everyone meet up at work. I'm not. I'm not gonna go do it. I am going to, when I get to work tomorrow, I'll probably go onto the store and just buy how much is the collection? Please tell me it's $30. They did that for the advanced collection, right? Wasn't the advanced collection $30 when it first came out? How much is the DS collection? I hope it's 30. You know somebody's gonna do a physical copy later. I really, I'm so mad because I wanna see how they handle the motion stuff for Dawn of Sorrow. So what are we missing now for Castlevania? We're missing what, the 3D games? Right? Lament of Innocence, Curse of the Moon. No, what was it called? Curse of Darkness. It's QTE. Gold, it's not a crazy idea. That's not a crazy idea, Gold. That's actually not. They did. They made it QTE? No way, they did make it QTE. That's not a bad idea. They said it will be done with the controller. I've had moments like this too. Oh, why did I have this on hand right now? I mean, I didn't expect to. The sad thing is, yes, I did. I sat at work, and when I was packing up to leave to leave work, because I skipped the gym in order to get here in time. When I was packing up to leave for work, I said I should probably bring my 3DS, my Switch, in case they announce like a Shadow Drop trailer or something, right? Imagine like a Metroid. They do Metroid Prime Remastered 2, and then it's like, oh, by the way, it's on the store right now. So I was like, oh, I should probably bring it, and I thought, nah, they're probably not going to do anything. We're going to play Bioshock anyway. Even though we're right at the end of Bioshock, so realistically, Bioshock might take an hour if I don't suck ass like I was yesterday. It says it in the trailer that it's that much. 25. I thought it would be using left stick. See, yeah, I thought that's what I thought. I thought you just, because you have extra buttons, right? You have the trigger buttons. I thought it would just be that you hold the trigger and it brings up like a selection wheel. You know, when you point to that selection, and then when you let it go, it picks that one. And then I thought, like, when you got the new glyphs or symbols or whatever, that it would add them to the wheel. Right? That's a pretty standard. I feel like that's a standard way to do that. I don't want to be spoiled on Bioshock, so I'll leave when you start that out. I'm at CJ. It's Bioshock Infinite. It's literally the last boss fight of Bioshock Infinite. I love a remaster of Curse of Darkness to wash away what they did to my boy Hector in the Netflix series. Did you not like Hector in the Netflix series? I didn't watch the last season or whatever they added. They did the Nocturne season 2, right? I didn't watch that. Still don't want to be spoiled. Okay. Yeah. What do you got? Like, Lament of Innocence, Curse of Darkness. You got those the Mirror of Fate game. What are the Lords of Shadows? Isn't that the one that people said wasn't really that bad? They kind of like Lords of Shadow. I mean, listen, if I want anything Castlevania, I want Harmony of Darkness, the multiplayer game. Why is that not on the Switch? Season 3 did my boy dirty. Well, what's the not season 3? The wasn't there the Richter? What was the other Castlevania show? Didn't they do another one? Does anyone else find it weird they're not only hyping Nocturne? Is that what it was called? Yeah, I haven't watched that. Does anyone else find it weird that they're not only hyping up an NSO release for winter? They said release is just NES Tetris. I find that so strange, AGM, that they hyped up that specifically. Oh, by the way, winter, you're getting a NES Tetris theme for Tetris 99. It's like, now? Why are you announcing that now? Isn't that's so weird to me that they would do that? What was wrong with Hector? I get the Tetris collection. I may get the Tetris collection for that. I want the Tetris collection. Like, the Tetris collection I'm fine with. The NES Tetris is such a weird thing. Like, why did you hype that up? And why is it now? 8 years. It's been 8 years. Why are you saying that now? Lords of Shadow was fun. but it's the Sonic problem. It's not what you'd expect from the franchise. I get that it wasn't just that. It's Tetris NES, Tetris Forever, which was the actual game. But that's the thing though. The NES Tetris on the NSO is not part of Tetris Forever. So that's a separate announcement. And no Tetris DS. Oh no. Wait, Mr. L. I'm surprised it's not called Tetris Double Stacked. Right? Competitive Tetris Double Stacked for the DS. I'm surprised they didn't call it that. Okay, give me 1 second here. Oh, let me. John Cartwright. I guess he bought that Peggy game, whatever it is, Peglin, and his post is "We're thriving, peggers." Oh, that's good. What the heck? Wow. Okay. Hang on 1 second here. Rune Factory. Just kind of scrolling through really fast. Loving the 3 screen. Oh, so somebody posted a picture of Order of Ecclesia, and it's got it says 3 screen setup here. So it's the game screen. Oh, and I guess what they did was they did the game screen and then they compressed everything off to the side. That's a good way to do that. So if someone posted a picture of Order of Ecclesia, we're thriving, peggers. You can use the controller for the touch controls. Okay. I have links disabled. I'm sorry. Order of Eclairs. Okay. Alright. Gotta figure out what to do. Well, I'm gonna... Wait, what? Oh my god. Before we go do anything else. The Sonic trailer. I watched the Sonic 3 trailer. Like I said, I haven't watched the first 2 movies, so I don't really have a base of comparison or like an opinion based on any of those. Somber, thank you so much in the hunt with a tier 1 subscribe for 52 months on a 52-month streak. Thank you so much. Something, Keanu. You gonna see the reactions? No, I don't want to watch them live. I don't think I want to. Do I want to put them live? I don't know if I want to watch those reactions live. I have them right here. They're still on my window, but the Sonic 3 trailer. I watched that. It looks good, man. That looks really, I'll tell you what, it looks good enough for me to want to really, I've been wanting to watch the original 2 movies. But this looks good enough for me to want to go back and watch them. I thought that was really incredible. I think we might see, what's her name? Maria get shot, you know? I thought it was really good. I thought visually it was like, wow, that was impressive. Like like I said, it makes me want to watch them, and it makes me want to know what's going on. I think Jim Carrey's killing it again. Every clip of him that I see as Eggman, I always think is a riot. It was fun to see the characters work together. It was just really interesting, and I liked what I was looking at. A few quirks. Both previous movie trailers with those kind of moments. From the trailer, she gets blown up and not shot. Yeah, maybe they kind of pulled their punch on that one. The second one is better than the first. Wait, what's that? And then how does he get on there? Fighting one time. Hold on. Shadow with the Akira motorcycle slide. I'm gonna say this. Paramount is finding a compromise with the OST because those epic mixes of Live and Learn and Green Hill legit sound cool. Yeah, we don't want to fight. Actually, I do want to fight. I thought that was really good. Yeah, that looks really cool, man, and it does make me want to watch it. I just really hate that they're on stupid Paramount. I don't want to pay even for a month. I don't want to pay for Paramount. I think John has it. I think I'm gonna have to, like, could you give me a day where I just come over and watch both Sonic movies? Because I don't want to pay for them at home. All right. So these are your 2 here. Well, I'll put these on. Let me. You buy them pretty cheap now. as a bundle for like $5 and $10. So maybe that's what. Oh man, am I gonna have to go and buy a DVD? Woof. I have to go buy a DVD. Oh, Ronan was asking if the game showed you the monster's weakness. I mean, torrent. No, I don't trust any of that. I never trusted that stuff. Torrents and everything. I always looked at that stuff and said, ugh, I'm gonna get a virus. I know I'm gonna get a virus. So I always stayed away from that stuff. 1 second here. Wait, don't. Damn it. Hold on, I gotta wait for this ad to finish. 3 Sonic movies and still no Detective Pikachu follow-up. Okay. My uncle loves torrenting stuff. I hope that's not tormenting stuff. Can't believe we live in a world where online Power Stone with rollback netcode. There's also 6 episodes of the series. Oh yeah, that's right. That's on Paramount also. How difficult are we calling? The hardest of the 3DS games by far. Definitely harder than the 3 advanced games. Like I think Order of Ecclesia might be one of the toughest 2D Castlevania games. And I don't even say that as an exaggeration. Torrent only ends with virus-ridden porn about 10% of the time. Maybe that's what helps, is that I wouldn't be downloading porn. All right, so we're there. All right, so this is Ronan's reaction to this. So let me see this here, and then I have Max's too.
Oh, Alpha?
This is probably gonna be short. So.
Oh, look at that! We got a sequel. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, wait, I saw CVS 1. Where's CVS 2?
We all said the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh, John really wanted these too. That's the one that I'm happy for. Those games are broken as hell, though.
Oh my days!
Alpha 3 Upper. Plasma Sword, Nightmare.
Oh,
Plasma Sword.
my days!
Power Stone.
Power Stone!
And Power Stone 2.
Oh, it's done. It's done.
They got a Darkstalker. There's a Darkstalkers one out already. Greg reacts to reactions. I know. My mom's also not only did she stop move we were watching so I could go hang out at Uncle's. She walked us through. Was like, let's order pizza. Order pizza. There we go. Go watch the movie though, Dragon. It's always great for you to hang out here, but go watch the movie. Go spend time with your mom. Spending time with your mom is always going to be more important than spending time here.
Jump into the fray when Marvel vs. Capcom.
This is where I was like, oh my god! Oh wait, no, we already got this one. Yeah, the Power Stone one. I hope that the online is good for these, man. I hope that it works really well, because I think online Power Stone, I think people are gonna go crazy for that.
Because I was gonna pre-order. Oh, I'm gonna have to do pull some strings.
All right. So that was Ronan's. Ronan is here. Thank you for that. In general, there's more watchonline.com websites with malware than torrent sites. Yeah, Fighting Collection 1 is basically a Darkstalkers collection. All right, so this is Max's? Is this Max's? No. So this isn't too long. So give me a second here. Is that here? Is that there? Okay.
What?
8 Capcom fighting games are brawling their way
Matt.
to Nintendo Switch.
What?
Collection.
The fuck? What the fuck?
Roster
Hold
games.
up!
Capcom versus SNK. Millennium Fight 2003. Capcom versus SNK.
Hey, Max has been happy this year, man.
Hold up!
Project Justice.
What? What? No, get rid of it. Delete it. Put something else in.
Alpha 3 Upper.
No way!
Plasma Sword.
Oh my god!
Wait, here it is.
Power Stone. And Power Stone 2.
That's good.
This game has has its own training mode.
Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, my God. I'm sorry. You heard the reaction. You heard it. I'm sorry. I didn't switch that over. You heard everything you needed.
At the same time, what?
That's funny.
Two collections?
Fighting Collection 2 launches on Nintendo.
You didn't see it, but you heard it.
Kenny! You did it!
Into the fray when Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection.
Yes, we knew about this one.
Yeah, we did.
Jesus Christ!
That took me a second too.
Digital pre-orders begin later today.
Sorry, I didn't switch that over.
Like that a couple weeks.
Physical version of the game launches on Nintendo Switch November 22nd.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I mean that's big for the fighting gamers to have that stuff. You don't have the video up, but yeah, the audio. Yeah, I mean the video is exactly what we thought it was going to be, which is just more of the actual reveal, and him kind of hopping around in his chair a little bit. Norm Max has made the whole presentation go from 1 to 10. I don't know. Max is usually pretty open. Max usually has a good. I've watched his reactions and stuff to these kind of events before, and I always feel that he's really good with. It's not for me, but it's still okay. So I don't feel like he's like that. I don't feel like he's like, oh, this is stupid. You know, I always feel like he fills the time with the stuff that he doesn't like with just conversation, and he's pretty good with that. I never really got that from him. I never got the whole like, oh, he thought this was all garbage. I really thought, there was a part of me, Executor, that kind of thought, oh my God, they're going to say today. You say they edited Marvel vs. Capcom Collection, but it was Mario Party? No. With him, his reaction, it was like a funny cut of him reacting to Mario Party. Another part of it is good. Some of the ports wasn't for everyone. If they were, oh boy, did it make your day. Your mom sounds cool and awesome. Oh, hang on no time, she didn't mind. She's happy because she got to watch more of her shows while I'm here. She got to watch more. Dragoon. She's happy because she got to watch more One Piece. That's what happened. I watched 2 episodes. I watched the first 2 episodes of One Piece. In Japanese, I watched I like the Japanese better. So I watched the very first 2 episodes. How did you know? It was good. I mean, it's a lot. It's very early, right? Obviously, it's episode 2 of 1100, which is kind of funny. The first thing I did when I got to it is I scrolled down and I wanted to see the seasons, and it's so funny when you look on Crunchyroll because it's all there. So it's season 1, 97 episodes, season 2, 88 episodes, season 5, 119 episodes. Like, those aren't the actual numbers, but it was so funny to sort to go down and see it like that. But yeah, I watched the first 2 episodes. That means I saw Zoro. I did see Zoro. I like his introduction. I like the sort of concept. You know what's funny? I did watch the first episode of the Netflix show, so I see how much of this show was put into that first episode. And I gotta tell you, man, it made me realize that the Netflix show, I don't know how it was received. I know people have said that it's really decent. I didn't really have a frame of reference, but now that I sort of do, I watched 2 episodes and I sort of see how they translated a lot of this into the Netflix show. I gotta say, the Netflix show looks really good. I think about what I saw in that, and I'm thinking about this now, and I'm thinking the characters look like they were on the money for as much as they can be, especially the pirate lady. What's her name? The big lady? I think they did a great job translating her into a live action scenario. I think that the humor is spot on. I like the Luffy guy. I the live action guy. I think that he did a great job. I again, in comparison to what I'm watching for 2 episodes of the animation, but I liked speaking of the animation itself. Like, I liked what I saw. I thought that it was really interesting. It makes me, it's kind of tough because I could say like it makes me want to know more about the characters, but I have all of this sort of secondhand and third-hand knowledge of the characters, so I already wanted to know more. You know what I mean? I already was kind of curious about, like, everybody talks about Zorro and he gets lost, and I would appreciate him as a character because it's kind of funny in comparison to me when I play video games. So there's already that sort of, I want to know more about this character. I want to see why this character worked for me. You know, I saw that clip. The reason I watched it now is because I saw that clip of Nami crying, and then Luffy says that he wants to help her. It's Luffy, right? Or it's not. Is it Luffy or Luffy? I always say that. I thought he said Monkey D. Luffy or Luffy. No, he did say Luffy, didn't he? It's Luffy, right? Yeah. I keep forgetting. It's like loofah. Like like when you bathe, you use a loofah, so it's Luffy. But yeah, it's the scene where she's crying and she asks him to help her, and then he says, like, of course I will, and then he, like, walks, and you see there's a great comparison shot where you see in the anime, it's when he's walking towards, and you see the other guy standing there, and he says, let's go, and they say, yeah, and then they get up and go, and then there's the live action version of that, and you watch it, and you're like, wow, they really did a very true to the show screen grab here. Like, they basically took the episode and said, do this, and they told everybody do this, and that was really good. The Netflix show actually covers some loose ends from the anime, and that's the one thing, is that I don't know if they do this in the anime, but the Netflix show started with the dad, right? It started with the dad's execution and him telling everybody that his treasure is out there. So they just allude to that in the show. They just say it, and in the Netflix show you see it. The Netflix show was well received. One Piece is great at this magic thing called characterization. Start to see how good a person Luffy is. Oh, I got it, Marcos. I got it. We can grab that in a second. How long is that? How long is that video? Let me see here. Let me let the YouTube ad thing move away from itself here. Let's get there. We go. All right. So we'll leave that there. Netflix showed the luck that the creator was there holding the staff at gunpoint, so they didn't mess up. Ironic that Tori forces me to pirate One Piece because they don't think the UK wants to watch it in our own language. It was helped because Oda, the author, was involved in the Netflix show all throughout production. Think about it. We had fighting games, cozy games, RPGs, Metrovania shooters, which I think is soft support from Xbox as Stalker. Yeah, Stalker. You know, Stalker was theirs technically. So another thing we didn't get was platformers, which was given by the indies. The mergers showcases made them the perfect mix. Only ever heard that pronunciation. It's Luffy, right? That's what he says. Did Greg's face freeze for anyone else? Am I frozen for you guys? I don't know if I'm frozen. Am I frozen? Can you see me? No. Oda probably saw what they were doing with the other live action adaptation. Was like, not with my baby. It's moving for me. Okay. Not the dad, just gold Roger. Wait, didn't we see the dad? In Luffy's dad. When he gets executed. That's what I'm talking about. We had a Luffy conversation every time. Yeah, I know. Well, now I'm watching. Well, now I've watched a couple of episodes, so now I can actually remember it. That's not Luffy's dad. No, I thought. Oh, was that not his dad? The one that gets executed and says my treasure is out there. Okay, I for some reason I thought that was his dad. All right, so yeah, but they just say that in the anime, and in the live action show we saw it. Not his dad, just some dude that looks like him. Okay. Arlong Park is when I realized, damn, and that's Executor. That's what everybody kept saying for me, because this is the ultimate show of this anime's too long, so I don't want to watch it. So when I saw that clip, the one that I said kind of pushed me into watching the show. People said, like, yeah, that's around, I think that's around Arlong Park, or that is Arlong Park, I don't know. But people said, if you get to that arc, and you finish that arc, and you don't like what you've watched, then the show's not for you. Like, everybody was pretty clear on the idea that you don't have to watch the whole show. There is a point where, and again, like I said, everybody kind of agrees on what the point is. But there's a point where you can get to it, and if you don't like the show at that point, you're probably not going to like everything else that comes after. So I think that that's a good idea. Never have to watch One Piece. I think I'll watch the Netflix series, the upcoming remake, because 1,000 episodes is too much. Yeah, and that's Lord, that's what's kept me from it. I don't typically watch long anime. I don't like anything Naruto and Fairy Tail and all of these. You tell me there's 200-300 episodes, I don't care. I don't want to watch it anymore. But One Piece was always one that I was always kind of curious about, and the fan base was always very welcoming. That's always a really good thing, because there are some fan bases out there that feel a bit toxic. But the fan base themselves are the ones that say, yeah, it's very long. Pick and choose certain things. Don't watch it. I think every single person has said don't even attempt to binge the show. Watch arcs and take breaks in between the arcs. Like, that's what everybody seems to be saying to do. But when I posted about that clip and I said, this is the first time for years people have told me to watch it and that it was really good. And then no one ever gave me a compelling reason to. No one ever said you should watch One Piece. There's a lot of character work and these are really good, or the fights are like, no one ever really people said that it was good, and then no one ever tried to talk me into it. It's kind of interesting, but I was very firm on my position that it's a long show. I don't want to watch it, so I don't blame anybody for that. But when I saw that clip said to me, oh, this might actually be interesting. Wait a minute. And then everybody jumped in and said, yeah. You want to get to here, and this is when you'll know you'll like it. There were a lot of people that said that's what sold them on the show. So it's really interesting. Yeah. So I'm only 2 episodes in. 2 pieces in. I'm only 2 episodes in, but I'm genuinely curious. I'm curious to see where all of this stuff goes and how he's going to meet the other characters and what happens to this little, the hell's the Kobe, right? Is that his name? Like, I'm interested to see what happens to him. I think that he could end up being a really fun character. Certain collection of characters during one arc or the same time, both very positive and negative representation of LGBTQ. You have to see it to understand it. I mean, yeah, bear in mind, we also know where this is coming from. You know what I mean? Like, region-wise. And I mean, when was this show? The episodes that I'm watching, what were these, 97? At this point of the show, it's a 90s anime. Netflix covers through Arlong Park, which, is usually when the show really hooks you. That's why they are me. Wait, what's it? That's why they are me, the One Piece? What? It cuts down a lot of fluff, streamlines the filler, and fixes the pacing issues. That show has to make it easier for people to get into. Is that what they're calling the remake of it? One Piece started in 99. Water 7 takes it to legendary status. And the only other clip that people said, if you like that Nami clip, you'll like, was the Nico Robin. They just said they called it the I Wanna Live clip. And that's all. They won't explain it to me, but that's what people said. People were like, yeah, if you like those sort of deep emotional moments with the characters and like deep interaction, that's what you like. You want to get there too, and you want to watch that. I haven't seen Netflix's One Piece yet, so this is all Greek to me. The manga started in 97. The anime was 99. Yeah. See? I got kind of right. That's from Water 7. Yeah, so yeah, exactly. So that's from Water 7. So yeah, it is interesting that's where I am. I'm at the beginning, right? This is probably exciting for the One Piece fans where where you see somebody else. I liked a lot of the comments that I got, because I posted the banner for the show, and then I said maybe I'll watch one episode, which I ended up watching 2 episodes. But a lot of people were very very positive about. Oh yeah, here we go. Give me a second here. Trails in the sky. Okay. One of us. Not yet. Let's see. We got to get past. I got to get past Arlong Park to see if I'm one of you. One Piece will make you cry and question why. No, I knew why. When I watched that clip, I knew exactly why. I thought that it was amazing that I don't really know the characters, and I still was kind of emotional over it. But that's a good thing. I mean, I'm also a sucker for that stuff. You give me a nice emotional moment. You give me something where that's acted well and voiced well, and I can appreciate what's going on. Even without knowing the people, I can understand what it is that I'm supposed to be feeling, and I can feel it. The issue is that many realize that One Piece is a hard sell due to its length. And some of the best moments are still to come, so it's hard to be like, wait till this you can get. See, what I would say, Dragon, what I would say is sort of the same thing I say with Star Wars, because I look at something like One Piece the way that I look at Star Wars. When people talk about Star Wars and they say, "Oh, I can't watch Star Wars. There's just too much of it," you know, between the movies and because Star Wars is basically an anime. It's basically One Piece. Think about it. You have a lot of these shows. You have a bunch of shows now. You've got books and literature. You've got movies, tons of movies. You know, you've got what, 12 Star Wars movies in total, I think. Star Wars is comparable to something like One Piece. But you don't tell everybody, oh yeah, you got to watch all of Star Wars. Anybody who says that, I will tell you to kindly and gently walk away from any Star Wars fan that tells you you need to watch all of it. You need to engage in all of it. What I always say to people who talk about Star Wars, oh, if I was new to Star Wars, where would I get in? Oh, the original movies, maybe the prequel movies, depending on what you like. And then from there, I would say to figure out where you want to go and figure out what aspect you like. And maybe you want to go backwards. Do you want to go forwards? You know, there's a way to go. There's a direction that you can move through Star Wars that's interesting and approachable. And so and that's what I say about One Piece. One Piece was really weird because for as much as I said, yeah, I don't want to watch One Piece because it's too long, I never felt like I had a lot of people that said, oh, if you watch the first 2 arcs, I think you'll be happy. And then that's it. And then you can decide if you want to watch more. And you know, not so much a watch order, but if you told me that it felt like it was broken down that way, I would feel a lot better about it. And I would say, oh, okay, well, what should I watch? Like, that's why I think something like the Netflix show, for instance. If the shows are done well, I think stuff like the Netflix show is probably a good way to get into it because now you can get an idea of what you're going to be looking at here. I see the Gonzalez too. I see it. There's some people watch a trilogy. At best, start with episode 4. Yeah, I say start. See, the reason I don't say I say the original trilogy and not just episode 4 is because I think that while episode 4 is really good for Star Wars, I think that while episode 4 is really good, I think that it works well as a group of movies. I think it works a little bit better, and that's my own personal bias. So I think it works better as a group of movies. But I also think Empire is the best movie. So I even if I were to tell you don't watch the whole trilogy, I would say watch episode 4 and episode 5. And then if you want to skip Jedi, you can, but I think that you should watch all 3 of them because I think that all 3 of them is like the Darth Vader saga. You know, this is the Darth Vader Luke Skywalker saga. And that's the crossover. And I think that see, we're going to lean into a Star Wars discussion here, and I don't want to do that, but I think that's why in this era of Star Wars, I think that's what pisses me off about the Star Wars after that era, because when you go backwards in Star Wars, when you go to the prequels, the prequel movies, for instance, you start to see a lot of this build-up for Darth Vader. You see this Anakin Skywalker build-up. So I would have liked the idea that Luke Skywalker was the future, because then what would happen is that the original movies, the original trilogy becomes the crossover event. You know, you have this buildup of the prequels and the Clone Wars that goes into and even a little bit of Rebels, like just a very little bit of Rebels, season 2 of Rebels specifically, and you would have that go into the original movies, and then the original movies is where we meet Luke. And then you have the Luke Vader back and forth, where you have the sort of passing of the torch of the Jedi. And then at the end of Return, you would have it go forward with Luke. And then that's where the Luke Skywalker saga begins. So I think that would have been interesting, and I think that that's what pisses me off about the future after Return of the Jedi, is because it should have been more Luke focused. How do we go from One Piece to Star Wars? Just that they're both long running franchises. Yeah, internet, ADHD, I don't know. No, just that they're long running franchises with a lot of content that newcomers have a hard time getting into. Newcomers look at Star Wars the same way people look at One Piece, which is that they say that's a lot of content and I don't think I want to watch all of that. When you look at One Piece and someone says I don't want to watch it, they're assuming you start from episode 1 and you go through. And you wouldn't assume that with Star Wars. Star Wars has a long-running franchise with a lot of content, but you would never tell anybody, hey, watch everything from the beginning all the way up to the end. You would say, figure out what part of it you want to watch, and then that's what you do. But no one's ever done that for me with One Piece. No one ever said, watch the first arc, or these arcs are kind of cool. This is a bit more interesting. And, you know, I feel like no one, because everybody said everybody heard what I said, which is, it's a long show. I don't want to watch it. But how about that Acolyte? I like the Acolyte. That's the thing, is I thought Acolyte was pretty interesting, and I would have liked to have seen more of that era, and I would have liked to have seen more out of some of those characters. But, you know, it got beaten up. That show got beaten up. Honestly, the focus, but he honestly was the focus of the OG trilogy. It really seems like, who? Luke Skywalker or Vader? No, I don't think Vader was the focus per se. I just think that Vader, it was the end of the Vader saga. You know, Luke. Yeah, I definitely think Luke was the primary focus, or it was the transitional period. That's what the original trilogy, when you talk about the Jedi saga really, that was a transitional period, because here you had ultimately you had the death of the person who was not really primarily responsible for the fall of the Jedi, but had a big hand in it. And then you have he is the father of the person that will sort of rebuild the Jedi. So I think that it's an interesting transitional period. Not to mention the other stuff that's going on, right? Because you do have the fall of the Empire, which was the ultimately the responsible party in the death of the Jedi. Sequel trilogy was always going to be about someone else, notwithstanding the fact that Mark Hamill isn't getting any younger. But I wouldn't want Mark Hamill to be younger. I wanted Mark Hamill as an old Jedi master. I didn't want a Mark Hamill sequel trilogy where it's right after Return of the Jedi. I wanted a Mark Hamill movies where he was 50 years older, 40 or 50 years older, and he has begun the rebuilding of the Jedi. I wanted the new Jedi Order. I wanted the new Jedi Order with Grandmaster Luke Skywalker. I thought that would have been more interesting. That kind of goes into a Star Wars discussion here. Difference with One Piece and Star Wars is Star Wars is bunched up in different sagas, and One Piece is a continuous story. So if you watch arcs out of order, a newcomer is going to be even more confused. And I guess maybe that's the problem then. So in that regard, it's warranted that One Piece is tough to get into, because you would tell newcomers you have to start at the beginning. Young Jedi protagonist. I don't know. That's again, Star Wars. I can't get into that, but I can tell you one thing. Might just make you watch. I can tell you one thing that might just make you watch. Well, I watched the first 2 episodes, so I'm kind of there already. But okay. The Legends timeline has that Luke's Jedi Order, so you can look into that for that story. Legends was kind of, there was a lot to Legends though. I don't want to watch Legends though. Legends is not canon, so it's not real. So see, the canon lore is real. So I think even our fantasy saying One Piece is the Arlong Park is great. As my top 5 member, it's probably not even in the top 5 anymore of One Piece. It gets amazing. I feel like you're gonna say Robin. I mean, if you're gonna say Robin, then yeah, I'm already kind of there. Can't explain about Master Boiler, Monkey D. Luffy. Could probably beat Luke Skywalker in a fight. Well, I know the Gear 5 thing. I don't know the reference to it. Like I don't know, or not the reference. I don't know the relevance to it. Like I don't know what happens with the Gear 5 thing. I just remember everybody kind of went crazy when the Gear 5 stuff happened. So I know of it and I've seen it in action, but I don't know what I don't know what happens. Like I don't know what builds up to that. Yeah, we're spoiled. Yeah. So don't say anything about that. But lots of people wanted that, but unfortunately Disney didn't. But yeah, it's such a hard sell to tell somebody to watch every 1,000 episodes of One Piece. So yeah, I'd be interested to see if you could bunch One Piece. I mean, One Piece on Crunchyroll, it's already bunched into seasons, so it's not like it hasn't been done. But I'd be interested to see if somebody could like very succinctly say, if you were to start watching One Piece, what arc would you start at? You know, what would you say if the intention is to make somebody care about One Piece? Where would you tell them to start if they said, I don't want to start at the beginning because it's too long? It's too long. If somebody said, I'll give you 30 episodes. I give you 30 episodes of a show. For a 1,000 episode show, 30 episodes. Actually, it's probably closer to like 1,100 now, right? For an 1,100 episode show, I'll give you 30 episodes to tell me to show me something that says you want to watch this show. Where would you start them? Like, where would you put them? And I think that that's probably a fair question. I think that that's an interesting question to ask One Piece fans, is where would you put them? You can't do that with One Piece, though. It's one continuous story. But I don't particularly think that's impossible. I think that arcs naturally will have beginnings, middles, and ends. So if you start somebody halfway through a show at the beginning of an arc, the show that came before, as long as you introduce them well, the show that came before it kind of acts like a prequel. You know, if you watched an arc of One Piece that was in the middle, and these characters already know each other, they already have a boat, they already have a base, they already have abilities and stuff. If you're able to tell me a story that is interesting with the characters, a good thing that would happen is, now I want to know more. This is why I say with like Star Wars, where you go back and you watch the original trilogy first. One of the things that helps with that is, timeline-wise, you could go watch the prequels. But if you watch the original trilogy, you might hear something or you see something and you say, oh, you know, Darth Vader, what's that guy's story? You know, oh, well, check out the prequel. Like, you can go back and you can watch things as prequels, as previous entries into something. So I think that if you make an arc well enough, I think that it might be possible to start somebody there and have them care about the characters and what's happening. That Nami clip, the clip that I keep bringing up, I didn't know what was happening in that clip. I've seen her and I've seen him plenty of times. I don't know what's happening in that scene. I don't know why her arm is bleeding. I think she cuts herself with a knife, with a dagger. I don't know why her arm's bleeding. I don't know what she's crying about. She's saying, you have no idea what happened to this town here. Neither do I. I have no idea. And yet, you wrote that scene and you acted that scene out in a way that I gave a damn about those characters. That when he put his hat on her head and then she flashed back to the whole thing where don't touch my treasure, and yet he did that. Like, I look at that and I say, I give a damn about everything that's happening in this scene. I care. And I don't know any of these people. I have no idea what's going on. That's good writing. Would you tell someone to start from the middle of Empire Strikes? Not from the middle of Empire Strikes Back, but could I tell somebody to start with the Empire Strikes Back? I think so. Yeah, I'm not saying start in the middle of a One Piece episode. I'm saying at the beginning of an arc. So for the original trilogy, if somebody said, could I start at Empire Strikes Back, I would probably say yeah. I think it's entirely possible, right? What's happening at the beginning of Empire Strikes Back? The good guys are hiding and the bad guys show up. That's not relatable? I think that's relatable enough. You won't understand. You won't understand what's happening character-wise. You don't understand who these people are and why Luke is so significant. But you'll understand the basic themes. The good guys are fighting the bad guys. The bad guys showed up. One of the good guys got hurt, and now they have to go and rescue him. And there's this other mission that's going on, and they're trying. Right, the most of Empire Strikes Back is Luke training on Dagobah, or the good guys trying to get away from the bad guys. That's a relatable story. That's relatable enough to understand what's going on. You're not going to be sitting there saying, "Who the hell are all these people?" You are gonna say that, but you're also going to care about them. You're going to care about the moments where Leia clearly has feelings for Han, but she doesn't want to admit it because he's a scoundrel. And she likes him because he's a scoundrel. And they're going to go to the Cloud City where we're going to meet his friend. And his friend turns out to be a betrayer. But then he betrays the betrayers. Like, I think that there's a lot there that you would understand watching that movie. And you would say, oh, yeah, this is relatable. This is relevant. I understand what's happening here. Uniquely, Luke's tragedy of Episode 4 when Obi-Wan dies and develops a grudge on Vader. So yeah, I don't think so. I don't particularly think so. Right? Obi-Wan shows up and it's his spirit friend. And you say, oh my God, who's that? But you understand and again, you're not gonna understand who they are, but you're gonna understand the story that they're trying to tell you. Then the web show Adventure is nigh at season 3. What came before is getting remastered re-releases. So now the earliest episodes seem to me as prequels. This is what led up to where I came in. Like that's an interesting way. In this case, you're telling someone to start from the middle of the movie. No, I'm saying to start because you're saying to start from the middle of the movie because you say One Piece is a continuous story. But anime itself is written in arcs. Just because there isn't a massive time jump, it doesn't mean that when an arc is over, that another arc begins. That's how it works. So I'm saying that's why I say that Star Wars is comparable, because Star Wars is a continuous story. Isn't it? Isn't Star Wars a continuous story where the only reason Star Wars doesn't feel like a continuous story is because we have gaps. But really, there is a thing that's going on in Star Wars that is continuous. The bad guys are causing trouble, and then they defeat the good guys, and then the Age of Darkness begins, and now we have a bunch of stories that happen through the Age of Darkness until the rebellion begins, and it defeats darkness, and now we enter a new Age of Light. But then the new Age of Light doesn't go so well because we go from this group of people, this galaxy that understands what the darkness did to them, right? The Empire, the evil Empire. And it gets to a point where they don't understand that anymore. And then now you end in the sequel era where you got a bunch of weaklings who don't understand what conflict is. And then there's a continuous story there. It's just, we're not presented that way. Like, I see what you're saying. There are eras that serve as jump-in points, so you can pick and choose where to start, not with One Piece. And that's the thing. I don't know. I feel like One Piece, when I look on, here's why I say this. When I look on Crunchyroll and I see seasons, why on Crunchyroll is it not just broken down 100 episodes apiece? Why are there not 10 seasons of 100 episodes apiece? Why are some of them 80 and some of them are 120? Probably because there's a coherent story being told in 80 episodes or 120 episodes, or several coherent stories, right? Several different arcs. What are the natural breakpoints in One Piece? Are there not natural breakpoints? There has to be arcs. Like you guys are saying, Arlong Park arc. So when does that end? When do we get to the point where we say Arlong Park is over? That arc has been completed. They tried that with the volume releases. Whenever the opening changes. The Star Wars movie arcs are also involve different casts in the same story. That's probably the biggest difference. You know what will help? They can cut together. Shell Shock. Shell Shock Prime rating of the party of 5. Hello. Thank you so much. And thank you for the shout out. I saw the shout out first. You'll know. So no, what I mean is, I mean that as a legitimate question. Like, don't answer it because I guess it's supposed to be like a spoiler or something, but, Arlong Park ends, right? There's a solid point where you say this arc is over. So then the next episode, does it feel like the beginning of the next part of their adventure? Wouldn't that be a natural entry point? Where they would say, oh yeah, you know, that Arlong Park stuff, man, that was crazy. Yeah. So that would be a natural break point where if you told somebody to jump in on the show in the middle, you would tell them at a spot like that. Then there's downtime and a new boss appears. So yeah, you can go by, is it when the new boss appears? Is it when the downtime begins? Is it when the opening changes? Like, there's ways to do it. I'm finding it hard to believe that there's no jumping in point. I find it hard to believe because, yeah, then the problem is it's fully understandable that you have to watch 1,100 episodes to enjoy this show. Like, oh, okay, well, yeah, you're not going to get anybody in doing that. One thing you can do is extra steps. The TV special is the sole purpose of retelling an entire arc in the course of a feature-length special. It's one way to at least catch up. So that's not bad. The problem is no matter what special you watch, something is missing. Well, that's always going to be the case, though. That's always going to be the case. Though any anime where they make a movie out of the season, they always cut out a bunch of stuff. I mean, somebody said One Piece's biggest strength compared to a lot of other long-running franchises is how connected all the arcs are. It's because if you start from the final, from the bad part of something, not knowing the great stuff that came before it, you will most likely enjoy it. Do not watch the rest of the show if you want it to remain good. Yeah, I don't know. And obviously the other issue is that somebody would have to tell you. You need somebody who knows the show in order to say, where do I start? But that's my point, is that no one ever really said that to me. No one ever said, these arcs are interesting. This part is not, like, that's the one thing, and people have said to me, is that you'll like it up to this point, and then you won't, there's like, skip that, like, people kept saying skip. There was, what the hell did people keep telling me to skip? People were saying skip stuff, and I'm like, no, if I'm going to commit, I'm going to commit. But, the Game of Thrones thing. There was some stuff that when I was talking about it to people, they were like, yeah, it's good. You guys start at the beginning and go here, and then there's some stuff that you could skip. This part is interesting because of this thing. I don't know. I don't remember what it was. That people told me. And Death Note, so it's a halfway point, and it isn't just me saying that. A lot of adoptions of the story do the same thing, including the recent stage musical. How did you enjoy the direct? I thought the direct was very good. Very, very good. The partner direct. The indie stuff, it doesn't work for me. There's no jumping point. Most, if not all, of the arcs of One Piece contain some sort of foreshadowing that won't be revealed until way later, which means the foreshadowing can be missed. I feel like the point of foreshadowing, if it's that far away, that it can be missed. Because then, again, you go back and you watch the previous stuff and you say, oh, they were kind of hinting at that. You know, I like that stuff. I think that's fine. If you skip arcs and jumping points, you could miss important stuff. I don't know. I don't know. I'm willing to bet you can. I know we're just gonna disagree. We're gonna agree to disagree on this, like we often do. But I feel like you can. I've had movies where Drac, as you mentioned, coming in at the beginning of Empire, in the middle of Empire Strikes Back. I've seen movies where I've jumped into the middle of the movie and it made me want to watch the rest of the whole movie, because what I saw in the second half made me say, oh, that's kind of interesting. How did we get here? And then I've gone back and I've rewatched the movie. I've done that before. I've done that with shows. I avoided Game of Thrones. Somebody brought up Game of Thrones. I avoided Game of Thrones until I came in the middle of the second episode of the second season. I was flipping through channels and I saw it and I said, whoa, this is kind of cool. What's happening here? And I went back and I immediately started watching the show. I've done that. Yeah. Yeah, I've already seen some stuff that's being foreshadowed. So if I would have seen it later, I would have just said, "Oh, whoa, that's awesome. That's wild that that's happening." And then I would have went back and watched the beginning and said, "Oh, that's been building the whole time." You can totally skip parts, but I think the issue is you end up loving the show. It feels like a disservice to the people you're telling to skip because you risk them losing something. I don't know, but then you start getting into a conversation about can people enjoy things differently than you enjoyed them. This is the same discussion about people who watch Kai versus full Dragon Ball, people who watch the Gundam movies instead of the Gundam series. This is the same discussion. It's the same. I think it's the same exact issue is if you watch the summed up movie of an anime as opposed to every single episode, you're going to miss some things. But is that particularly bad? Some things are probably only missable because you know about them. Again, if I went and I watched that first episode of the Netflix show. I enjoyed it very much. I enjoyed the first episode very much. Guess what? I didn't know anything that was happening. I didn't have nearly the amount of frame of reference for a lot of the moments in that show as I do if I watch the animation. And yet, I thought it was interesting to watch. That's why I gave Cowboy Bebop a lot of crap. I gave the Netflix Cowboy Bebop show a lot of crap because I had no frame of reference for that show. I didn't look at that show and say, oh my God, I can't believe they summed this up and they cut this out and they changed this character and blah, blah, blah. I had no frame of reference for that show. So I was able to watch that show without any bias whatsoever. And it still sucked. So that's why I gave that show a bunch of crap. Because I had no frame of reference to sit there and compare it to and say the Cowboy Bebop show sucks because the anime is that much better. I had none of that. And I still said that show sucked. Still from the beginning. I want to say those are still the full story. That would be like watching the second Gundam movie. No, but it's not the full story. It's not. Put it this way. It's the full story. It's not the full moments. It's not every single moment. It's still summed up version of some things. That's not what I'm saying. If you caught someone in the middle and it hooked you, you stay to the end because you don't start from the middle on purpose. Yeah, I don't know. I get what you're saying, and I agree with you that I think that for most properties, I wouldn't tell you to start. I wouldn't tell you to start at season 4 of Game of Thrones. I would tell you to start at season 1. But Game of Thrones doesn't have 1,100 episodes. I keep saying 1,000, and I think it is technically up to 1,100. Game of Thrones doesn't have 1,100 episodes. If I saw all of One Piece and I really wanted somebody to get into it, and I really knew that there was absolutely a 0% chance that they were going to start from episode 1, I would probably tell them, only watch the first 30 episodes or so. Kind of like what people said to me. Watch up to this point, and if you don't like it, you're not going to like it. Or, if wasn't that great, I would either say watch a watch order list or start at a later arc. I would probably say that. I'm just kind of curious if there is a spot where they would do that, but I guess the consensus seems to be that I'm wrong here and that there's no. So basically, you either watch the beginning of One Piece or you don't watch the show at all. It just sounds like that's what everybody's saying, and that's such a hard sell, I think, for people to get into a show. You either start at I'm thinking about watching One Piece. Where should I start? Episode 1. Or you don't watch it at all because you're not gonna. Because that's kind of what you're saying. Is like you start at episode 1 or you're not going to enjoy it. And it's like there's got to be some compromise there, right? And obviously the compromise is the summed up movies or the new version of the show that's going to come out, which is going to condense a lot of stuff. You decided to watch from the start because you saw a glimpse of some upcoming stuff. You didn't watch from that moment. But I started at the beginning because people told me that moment that I saw was in episode 37, so it was early enough. If you told me that episode was in 572, I would not have started watching the show. Because I'm not going to watch 572 episodes of a show to get to the point that I think was interesting. I only did it because it was episode 37, and people said, yeah, that's good. And I've watched longer anime than that, so that's okay for me. Yeah, if that scene that I saw was episode 572, I would have said, okay, then where would I start to watch that? That's what I would, and that's why I'm thinking about that, because if it was later like that, my question would have been, where would I start to watch that? Because if you tell me episode 1, I'm going to say, yeah, I'm just not going to watch it. I'm not. It's too much. But because One Piece is over 1,100 episodes, if you miss context, will you know where to find it? What arcs it has? Will you know what episode it is? So yeah, then that's my issue, is that's what it sounds like. It sounds like start from episode 1 or don't bother starting. And that's such a, I don't know, man. I know that I'm saying it more harshly, but that's what I hear when people say that. When people say, where should I start? And they say start at episode 1. Yeah, just watch it all. That's what I hear, is start at episode 1 or don't bother watching it because you're not going to enjoy it. You're going to be lost if I don't start at episode 1. That's what it is. And that just seems wild to me. You're not wrong. Many worry it would diminish the enjoyment because the show is so reliant on itself. I'm sure we could pick an arc. It would be hard and stressful, which is probably why everybody's trying to avoid doing it. Based on what you're saying, I would say go ahead and skip forward to Arlong Park. That's why One Piece is being made. The One Piece is being made, because even the idea, even the diehard fan, okay, have to admit that One Piece has a big pacing and bloat issue. Even if it's good, it's still overinflated. Just Google One Piece inflation. No, that's the problem with One Piece, other than the art. It isn't something you can pick a point and start other than the beginning. So yeah, I see why. I mean, even having watched 2 episodes and being curious enough to move forward, I know there's going to be a point where I just don't care anymore. I know it. Because there are shorter shows that I haven't finished. So I know that there's going to be a point. So it becomes, it's like daunting. It's daunting for me. It's the Persona problem. It's the Persona 5 problem, where, well, not really, because Persona 5, I'm worried about other stuff, but it's just the idea that there's so much. A later Shell Shock, have a good one. Thank you so much once again. There's just so much, I don't even know if I want to bother starting, right? I'm willing to keep going until I get to this Arlong Park thing, but even if I like it, I'll probably just stop. I'll probably just give up. And if I give up, there's a good chance I don't come back. And that's just me personally. That has nothing to, that doesn't say anything about the quality of the show. That's just how I am. I haven't gone back and I haven't finished I haven't gone back to My Hero. I was watching Super, Dragon Ball Super. I watched Super up to like 40 or 50, and then I just didn't care anymore. It starts to feel like a commitment, and I feel overwhelmed. And then I don't want to engage in it. No one should be the person who ruins One Piece for you. It'd be like if you made a Star Wars recommendation and they came to you and said, I didn't like it, I won't watch more. And Dragoon, the irony is, that's exactly what I tell people with Star Wars. I tell them to watch the original trilogy and to probably watch the prequel trilogy. And then if they don't like it, then it's not for you. I don't even tell them. Either the original trilogy and either the prequel trilogy or Mandalorian. I think Mandalorian's that's a nice jump forward. Those are the things that I usually recommend to people. And then I flat out say, if you're not enjoying it, you probably won't like the rest of it. Which is not entirely true. Stuff like Rogue One, I think, felt very different. The other show... Andor, I thought felt very different from what we're used to for Star Wars. Obviously, Clone Wars and Rebels, and even Rebels is kind of controversial, right? Because people were pissed off about Rebels, and people piss all over that show, even though it's amazing. But I understand how Star Wars is. I know how it is. So I tell people original trilogy, and then either the prequels. And don't let anybody tell you that the prequels are terrible, because the prequels are very, very good, or Mandalorian. And then from there, if you find interesting things that you want to learn more about, then you can dig deeper. Sometimes there's shows, sometimes there's other movies, then you can dig a little bit deeper. Other than that, if you are happy with what you saw and you don't care about anything else, don't watch anything else. You're fine. At the end of the day, if you want to focus on actual story events, feel free to focus on those particular arcs. Let the world building come later if that sparks your interest. I think I can make a list for you. No. I have a direction of where to go for the show right now. Also, the problem I hear, current episodes drag too much and require many episodes to adapt one chapter from the manga. When I'm worried about Persona 5 streaming it, I wouldn't stream that show, that game. If I ever did decide to sit down and really commit to Persona 5, I would not stream it. Business of communication so much. I have a Gonzalez. Hopefully CJ is still here. Sorry, CJ, if you left. We've been in special events the whole time. I'm going to put us in just chatting. The anime is actually catching up to the manga. That's what I'm saying for One Piece. I say watch up to the East Blue, 61 episodes. Ideally, even after Along Park 46 episodes, should give you a good locking point. If you're still not fully sure by that point, if you like it, it likely won't have much that will lock you in. My mom just danced the Gonzalez. It's such a great dance. Yeah, he probably like Alabasta, but he probably. I mean, listen, yeah, I have a direction of where I want to go. Again, because it's so early in the show, but I know what's gonna happen is that I'm gonna get to a point where I need to, that's sort of going back to what I was saying earlier about arcs. I think that's probably a good way to look at the arcs. Will I know? Because that one thing that people have said is that if you go to watch it, try to watch it in arcs. Don't watch it continuously. Don't expect to watch 1,100 episodes. Try and watch it in arcs. Will I know when the good stopping points are? Are the good stopping points when the main villain dies? Is it when the next villain? It's probably not when the next villain appears, right? So if I'm gonna watch that show, I'm not gonna watch 1,100 episodes continuously. So each arc is a different island. So when they leave an island, that's an arc. You kind of will. Yeah, you'll know when an arc ends. So is that a pretty good position? Like when you leave an arc, when an arc is over, there you go. How are the arcs labeled, right? Like what they're like, is it what they're doing? Like Demon Slayer, for instance, the arcs seem to be labeled where they're going and what they're doing. So like which I don't think I watched the Hashira training arc. So like the Hashira training arc, the Entertainment District, the Swordsmith Village, like they label it by where they are. Island names. Okay, yeah, so that's good. You know, East Blue arc ends. You know, when Alabasta arc ends. Sky Pier is very obvious when everything crashes. I don't know. If that's what happens, don't tell me. I booted up Astro's Playroom on the PS5 just as you play Agonzada. I was holding my DualSense with Astro screaming with excitement. That's good. I'm glad that was well timed. Yeah, the characters are basically always traveling. Okay. Couldn't stay on My Hero. If you couldn't stay on My Hero, I don't recommend watching One Piece. Yeah, and that's the thing is that I don't know. Like, and it's not and the problem isn't. It wasn't a My Hero thing. It wasn't that I thought My Hero sucked or anything. It's just how I am. I get distracted by doing something else. We're playing a new game comes out, and then I just sort of peter off of the old game, you know, or show or something. That's why I like anime. Anime works well for me because I can watch 13 to 25 episodes, or even, you know, depending on how many seasons there are, I can watch that and I can get a complete story. So that's why anime always works for me. I make it short-term goals. You don't think of it as a long-term commitment. So yeah, like if I make it like an episode or two a day, You know, I mean, think about 2 episodes a day of One Piece. I'm watching it for a year and a half. Assuming I don't miss a day, I'd be watching One Piece for a year and a half, watching 2 episodes a day. Yeah, if you can't, and again, if you can't watch long-running manga, don't even look at One Piece's direction. But it also seems like I'm missing a lot. It also seems like apparently I'm missing something really cool, the way people talk about the show. And then again, I didn't really, Lord, that's exactly where I was. Well, oh, it's a long show, I'm not going to watch it. And then I watched that stupid scene, and that scene said, oh, this might actually be worth it. Wait, this is awesome. So now I kind of at least want to watch up to that point to see where I am. Like, what? Maybe it is worth it. Maybe it's worth it, but I need to ration out the show. Maybe there is a way for me to watch it. I feel like if I could watch One Piece, I could watch anything. Does that make sense? If I could get through One Piece's 1,100 episodes where we're catching up to the manga from 24 years ago and they still haven't found the One Piece, I feel like I could get through anything. I think you'll watch 2 a day, but that big to be continued. Yeah, that's kind of what happened when I watched the episode. I said yesterday I'm going to watch 1 episode, and I got to the end and said, I can watch 1 more. I got time. I like anime for short, for more focused story. Now, excuse me, have you heard about Star Wars? If you're doing arcs, generally like go 40 to 60 episodes, then take breaks. Like, that's probably going to be the best way to do that. I think if you can watch One Piece, it'll make some stuff harder to watch because you'll compare its consistency. So you think, not a length issue. You think One Piece is good enough that I'm gonna compare everything else to it, and it's not gonna be that great. The funny thing is, when I watched it, I was watching the first episode, and I see how they brought the barrel on board. And then they were kind of kicking around the barrel, and then all of a sudden it turned out to be him, which I felt like that was a pretty obvious reveal that it was going to be him. I immediately thought of Pirates of the Caribbean. Was it the first Pirates movie where they throw the casket overboard, and then in the casket is Jack Sparrow? He shoots the bird. That wasn't the first movie, right? Actually, I watched One Piece back when it was free on Hulu. But they didn't have all the episodes, so I had to stop in the middle of the Sky Pier arc. Was that the second movie? That was the second movie. Yeah, when I saw the beginning of the episode and I saw the thing with the barrel, I immediately thought, wait, this is like, maybe that's where they got it from in Pirates of the Caribbean. One Piece's consistency makes you more annoyed that some shorter shows can't match that from a show that's much longer. I think that's the second one. The best one? You think the best one? See, I think the third one was the best one. Pirates of the Caribbean, I think the third one was my favorite movie. Okay. Hang on. What's this called? Somebody posted something. Okay. Other than the music areas, crew, villains, action, story, what's cool about One Piece? The creator. Oda has one hell of a memory. Like, even the minor stuff, like Luffy's hat gets damaged. Luffy's hat gets damaged. I've been saying Luffy for so long. Luffy's hat gets damaged, and like 800 episodes later, he still remembers to include stitches where it was repaired all the way back then. Yeah, I like that stuff. I do like when there's good consistency, and they remember those things. Avatar did that well. Where a character would take their shirt off and then they would still have the scars from when they had them before, which, again, that's more modern. So I would hope that that's probably what you're talking about, Dragoon, is that you look at that sort of consistency and then you go and you watch other shows where they forget a scar and you think, but that was only 22 episodes ago. How did you forget that he has a scar on his back right rib? There's hints in those first 2 episodes that I watched already. My thing is that other than the long number of episodes, I really think the art style is a bit ugly. Not Baki ugly, but still ugly. It has character. That's what I'll say about the artwork. It has character. It has a bunch of very unique designs. I appreciate that that's what they're doing. I find it interesting that it's only some characters, though. Some of the characters are relatively normal. And then some of the characters are wildly exaggerated. Wildly exaggerated. So I don't mind it too much. And I think it's because it started that way. I give JoJo a lot of crap for that. Season 5, I think, where they all look like they rummaged through a lingerie drawer in order to find clothes to wear. I always give that season a lot of crap for that, because I think I get that the show literally has bizarre in the title, but I think everything looks weird for the sake of weird, which is fine, except that wasn't what the show was always like. The show was always a bit dramatic in its appearance, while also being a bit subdued. You know, when you look at the outfits, I think it was season 5, the wackiest outfits and stuff. When you look at what they're wearing in that, and people always say like, oh yeah, JoJo's got crazy outfits and stuff. I'm like, yeah, but like the dad from season 3 wore what, khakis and a white t-shirt and a hat. That's not weird. That's not crazy. JoJo wore a modified school uniform. You know, Abdul, I forget how you pronounce his name. He wore what was like a priest's outfit. Like there was a reason for it. He was some sort of a priest or a shaman or something. Like they made sense. You know, you had the weirder ones like Polnareff who wore crazy outfits and stuff, but it never felt weird for the sake of weird. So something like One Piece, it definitely feels weird for the sake of weird, but it kind of was always like that. So I give it a pass. It didn't become that later. When I look at the jaw guy with his son and his crazy ass hair, I think, okay, yeah, that's kind of bizarre. Oda draws women to what he likes first. He admits it's very pervy too. I mean, yeah, that's why you got like Robin, right? Robin is kind of wild. Even Nami, you know, can be a bit up there, but Robin, I think, is the one where I think, whoa, oh my God. I think they're bad now. Don't look up Nami in the later chapters. Or some of the later character design. Yeah, like the crazy proportions I'm usually okay with. I think that I've seen shows and stuff where they do crazy proportions, and I'm fine with that. I'm usually okay with that. A lot of it's the outfits. A lot of it's when I think the outfits get a little, come on, that's not practical. But I'm also the guy that looks at, there's a guy on YouTube that does it as his channel, but I'm always the guy that looks at female armor. Whenever I see female armor in a game, and my first thought is, why is she wearing heels? It's just not believable. It doesn't feel believable to me. Which I do the same for guys, but guys don't usually have that problem, right? There's not normally a lot of booby armor for guys. But I am that guy that looks at the female armor, and I'm like, why is she wearing heels? Why is she only wearing the top half of her armor? That doesn't make any sense. The show goes on the outfit slowly, gets absorbed, and certain features on her grow. At least Oda can draw beautiful landscapes and backgrounds for what I've seen in the manga, unlike the Bleach author who just leaves them at white. The characters in One Piece are never that far from a beach. I mean, it makes perfect sense. He does crazy proportions, but he does it for everyone pretty consistently. So it kind of becomes expected. And I don't just mean crazy proportions like their boobs get big. I mean crazy proportions like their hands and feet are really large. The angles that they do things, you know, their legs come down and they kind of open up, especially with the clothing, right? Their legs kind of open up into, everybody wearing pants is wearing boot cut, right? What do you call it? Bell bottoms. They're all wearing bell bottoms where their legs kind of, and then they open up into these big sort of designs. But people on Twitter will jump down your throat if you dare insult Bleach. All right. So what we're going to do, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to run to the restroom. I'm going to get some coffee. And when I do, we're going to come back. We're going to try and finish, I was going to say Baldur's Gate. We're going to try and finish Bioshock Infinite. So hopefully we can get through that. We will probably not go till 6 o'clock today because we started so early. But we'll see what happens. But I have to bring the PS5 over. I forgot I didn't bring the PS5 over either. But yeah, so we'll go and we'll try and beat Bioshock Infinite. I will try to remember to use my traps. I will do my best to remember that. But give me a few minutes and I will be right back. Yeah. That's my coffee. Mwah. Right. Down. I hate the 3 live system. I just failed the hunt again because someone just got hit once and died. Oh, because it's like the shared lives, right? Hold on. Sorry. Grab the croissant. Yeah, because it's like the shared lives thing. Yeah, that always pisses me off. Some of these monsters get new moves in the later hunts. Seeing flips. I think they get new moves in combat stuff. I think so. Yeah. So that later Nami, somewhere in the middle, that's the Nami that I remember first. Like the Nami that I've seen first was she had the bikini top, but you couldn't see the underboob. That's the version of her that I had seen first. Open up the stream again, and the first thing I see is the Panther. Yeah, Ronan, I think that's one of the reasons I didn't like the multiplayer in Monster Hunter. Because it does that thing where if somebody's really bad, then everybody suffers. And I don't like that. Alright. Let me switch this around and get ourselves set up. Robin is kind of the opposite. She starts wearing revealing stuff and gets more covered up as it goes on. The Robin that I remember, she had the like tied on top with the long skirt with the leg completely exposed. Like that's the Robin that I had seen first. Is there a later design where she's wearing pants or something? Oh, hang on one second here. Copy link. Oh, she wore cowboy hats and stuff like that at the start. Look at. I've been Lilac. It's begun. I've started seeing clips of this stuff. Didn't you post one? Was it you that posted one of of Star Wars Outlaws? It's starting to become that glitchy game sort of thing. That clip is kind of funny right there though. That's not even I guess that's a glitch, but that's just funny. Alrighty. I'm partial to watch. See, everybody likes that. Yeah, the moonwalk takedown. When they took him down and she drags him through the whole area and it gets her seen. I'm trying to play Rise with a lot more multiplayer because doing these hunts by myself is not really viable. But other people suck worse than I do. I mean, Ronan, I beat that whole game by myself. So it's possible. It's just the one thing I will say is that it's possible, but you gotta really pay attention to your character. Like more than I ever advertise paying attention to a character. You really have to be up on what your setup is, what kind of gear you have. Make sure you're optimizing the most important stat. Like you really have to do a lot of that stuff. But the game it scales up when you have multiple people. So playing it, solo actually, I don't know. I think some of it kind of made it easier in the sense that you're not dealing with the other horrible players. It probably also depends on what weapon you're playing, but I think other than the hunting horn, I think everything should be viable, right? All right, let me change this. This is the end. But it ain't a fun one. Bioshock. What? Oh. Bioshock. I'm like, why is it whenever you type it in and it starts recommending stuff, I'm sitting here wondering why it's recommending me Bishoujo stuff. And it's because I forgot the O. So One Piece is the Planet Fitness of anime. Wait, no, wait, what? Like I said, though, you'll love the game. It's got factions, bounties, open worlds. It's not overly long. It's set to be like 15 hours story completion. 4 stealth segments. Yeah, wait, what? Yeah, that's my problem is the 4 stealth and how long that lasts, you know, because if you run into 4 stealth and you say, I don't want to play this game anymore, that means you didn't beat Wind Waker, you know? So even for me, somebody who hates that stuff, even I'll admit, I can deal with it in small enough doses. Oh, the no judgment zone. Oh, no judgment zone. Yeah, you know, that's Planet Fitness's motto, even though they are kind of judgy. So, you know, and I love my Planet Fitness. You know, $10 a month to work out, that's fantastic. But as far as no judgment zone, they're pretty judgy. It's just, you know, depends on who they're judgy against. Pops up a few times when people said, and Jesse Cox. Yeah, Jesse Cox, that was the clip that you had shared. Said it's the whole you restart, you lose. Oh yeah, it's the you get seen and you restart and you lose it. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. The smell is pretty judge worthy. Now Planet Fitness, they pride themselves on no judgment, and then their whole ad campaign was if you are a big muscular bodybuilder or something, then they don't want you there. I don't go to Planet Fitness. Is it true? They don't want people They don't want people doing any of that typical bodybuilder stuff. They don't want to do they don't want the loud grunting and noises. They don't want you slamming weights. They don't want you wearing like the big muscular dudes with the spaghetti tank tops and sweat. I mean, sweating all over. That's just something that's going to happen. But they criticize all of that stuff. They always criticize that stuff. The reality is, Marcos, they don't actually care that much. Whenever you see those videos about they don't want people doing that stuff, like they talk about they don't want people with the gallon water jugs. I see people do it all the time. I see people doing that all the time. They specifically don't have certain things. Yeah, they have the lunk alarm that's supposed to go off. The lunk alarm hasn't worked in years. I don't even remember if our gym still has it. I think they took it down. They discourage a lot of that stuff. But the reality is, with the equipment that they have, the vast majority of people are going to be able to get the workout that you want to get. We have big muscular dudes. We had a guy in there yesterday. When I worked out yesterday, there was a guy in there deadlifting 5. What was he? He had 5 plates on each side, and then he had another 25. So 5 plates is, what is that? 4, 5, 315, 4, 5, 495. He had 540, 560, 575. There was a guy in there deadlifting 575. That's the highest I've ever seen, but I've seen people lifting there 400 pounds. My highest deadlift is 340, and that's kind of unusual to be there. But I see people do that all the time. They don't really care. They don't care. The lunk alarm, it's supposed to be a sound sensor that if there's a really loud drop of something, the alarm sounds, and it's supposed to draw attention because you're a lunkhead and you're not supposed to do that. It's super judgy. It's super judgy, but they don't really use that anymore. They don't do any of that stuff. A lot of that has gone. Yeah, it's so mean. And the funny thing is, I've never heard it. I never heard anybody actually drop the weight and have it trigger. It's super judgy. But the reality is, they for the most part, they don't care. Like I said, we have big muscular dudes in there all the time, and it's a great place to work out. They have tons of cardio machines. They have plenty of weights. Like their dumbbells go up to 75 pounds. So you have plenty of stuff that you can do there. The machines go up way over what anybody would actually need. The only thing they don't have that most people would like for them to have are loose bars. They don't do like the bench with the loose bar. They have what's called Smith machines, which are, it's the bar attached to a machine that goes up and down along a set path. But they work really well. I use the Smith machine for deadlifting and squats and bench press, and it all works fine. Yeah, that's what it is. They don't want like the muscle bros. Yeah, I don't even think ours does the pizza day anymore, to be honest with you. To be fair, a lot of that stuff that people hate about Planet Fitness, there are a lot of them that have sort of disconnected from that. Oh, later, CJ. I was wondering if you were still here. Later, have a good one. They have started to disconnect from some of that stuff because I think they started to realize how crappy it is. It is kind of mean. They found out you're meant to drop the weight. It's more dangerous to place it back down. To an extent. Well, that's the thing. Like, the machine that you, the time where you would mostly drop a weight, I'm going to turn that way down. The time that you would mostly drop a weight, like the highest you drop a weight intentionally is if you're, not overhead press. When you do the snatch thing, right? Where you swing it off the floor, you put it on your chest, and then you lift it up, and then you drop it down. Like, you're not supposed to bring that down. You're supposed to drop that weight. But they don't even have the equipment that you do that with. But they don't want you, like, when I do deadlifts, for the rare times that I do deadlifts now, they don't want you, like, lift and then plank, right? Clank it down, and then you lift and you clank. Like, they don't want you doing any of that. Which, to be fair, you shouldn't do that anyway, because you should be slowing your eccentric, right? You should be slowing the time when you put it down, because that's better for weight. That's better for training. What's this? Criminal Network, Pike Syndicate. Wait. Oh, they kind of make them bad. I've heard the alarm go off a few times. You know what, our gym, our Planet Fitness used to use it for when they were going to close. You'll also stub your toes. No, you won't stub your toe on a machine like that. But our Planet Fitness, like, I've been there at 9 p.m. when they're getting ready to close, and they use the alarm. They press the alarm intentionally to tell everybody that they're going to close. Like, that's what they use it for. I've never seen it. I've never had somebody drop a weight and the alarm goes off. All right, so hold on. So, wait. So I'm supposed to use the one I go to does that too. What am I supposed to use here? The Devil's Kiss traps? Because the problem is the Patriot guys. My problem is that the enemies are shooting it from a distance, right? Is there anything that shields it? If you want to go to a better gym, but man, yeah, and they're everywhere. That's the thing, is that Planet Fitness is everywhere. Get rid of the shotgun, longer range. Yeah, I have to. I think I got rid of the shotgun, didn't I?
Booker, tell him where to go.
No, wait, I still have it.
Over there, the box.
We need this thing to make it to
Okay. So I gotta kill stuff first, because I need I'm keeping the volume down, by the way, so who's got the weapon? Oh no, you got a weapon. Where's your weapon? Oh wait, hold on. I got more traps. Yeah, I turned the volume down on that. Oh, barge! Trigger bird thing?
Where should I send him?
Get the gunship.
Take it.
And there isn't limited traps, right? It's not gonna. It's not like it's gonna delete the first trap if I lay down a third one. Uh-oh, wait, I'm getting shot here. Oh, don't die! Don't die! Upgrade to a total of 10. So I haven't upgraded, so that's the problem. All right, well, where's the thing to send it to? Hold on, where do I send it? There, right there. And you're saying I could just shoot the things from here? Wait, what happened? Where's the guy? Didn't I sent them?
More of them.
Get off of the thing! Why is it not sending the bird?
Here, ammo.
There, what the hell? Oh my god, why did that take so long?
Need this.
You can shoot the gun on the ship.
Sorry, that's all I
Oh,
got.
wait. Yeah, that was so annoying. I was trying to use it. Oh, wait. Oh, that guy's so powerful. There we go.
He's ready, Booker.
All right, well, he's ready. Show me something to send the guy to. See, this is like... Don't put them down there. Cast them... Oh, cast them at the generator. Where's the... What's happening here? Are they shooting at it and I'm not seeing this? Am I missing something here? It's losing health. It is losing health. Okay.
Let's take him.
Whoops. All right, blimp.
Zeppelin.
Yeah. Activate. All right. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ah! What's happening? I'm stuck somewhere. Whoa, stop. Is it not? Set a trap there. Why was that taking so long? Oh, wait, hold on. So now I can do that thing, right? Ah. See, this is why I always do the electricity thing. Because the electricity thing, like, it stops them. Where's the other one? You can quick swap powers. Oh, I don't have any more. All right. I'm holding the button. Why is it? It's getting on my nerves. I'm holding the button. Is there a range? Techland's fight better than I ever did. Yeah, and I'm gonna keep losing though. I lost the last time. Look, they're shooting up the thing. I don't have a choice. Like, So where's the... Out of my way. Yeah, where's the... What's it called? Are you supposed to be finding me salts?
Take this for the bleeding. Take this.
That'll do.
Here. There you go. Yeah, get the robots. All right, I gotta find more of the salt thingies. Well, thank you.
Tell me where to send him.
All right, right there. Whoa! Oh no! What the hell happened? What happened there? Oh, I know what happened there. I fell onto a part of the map that you're not supposed to go to, so it killed me. That really seems like the most efficient way to kill those guys. Oh wait, hold on, I gotta get back up so I can drop some salts. Alright, hold on. Appreciate kill. Oh, where'd he go? Ow, oh, oh, what?
Booker, he's ready.
Okay. Zeppelin. All right. Oh. Oh no! Hopefully not too much of a hit. All right, that was 3 Zeppelins. Oh, good hit. That was 3 Zeppelins. All right, where is somebody shooting at it? Oh my God, there's a guy right here. What the hell? Who's shooting at it?
Can't find anything.
Shoot at me! Join Elizabeth at the bow. What's the bow? The front? Is that the front or the top? I'm low on salts. What's the front? It's the bow? Wait. It's the top. I did it. Wait, what? Oh, wait, the health is gone. Oh, what are you doing? Oh my God, where am I supposed to be going? I won? It's so anticlimactic. She's at the front. She's at the front. I told you guys she was at the front. You didn't believe me. I'm like not even happy. It just ended.
Booker, come here.
Okay.
Look, you can use the songbird to bring the whole damn thing down.
I mean, do we want to do that?
That's what you want.
It's the only way we'll find the truth. Got my finger, Comstock.
I like that the finger. How is the finger such an important? Oh wait. Okay, don't answer that. Order the songbird to destroy the siphon. Awesome. How? What is that? Take. Was this? Take. Oh, take the whistler.
Tear it all down.
Here, I can turn it. Oh wait, I'm gonna summon the songbird one more time. Don't worry, I've never played an instrument, but I know how to do this. Ooh, sound design on that is pretty awesome.
The Whistler. Elizabeth!
Elizabeth!
Where is he? Where is he?
Now it's all weird.
It's okay. It's all right. I'm here.
Yeah, we talked about Pirates of the Caribbean. Oh, look around. I can look around. Well, I'm back. Oh, wait. I'm back in the, what's it called?
Elizabeth. I'm sorry.
Wait, how am I back here? Rapture? Oh. Wait, this is Rapture.
What is this place? Elizabeth?
It's a doorway. One of many. This way.
What do you mean it's a doorway? Where are you going?
Oh, come on. Yes, it's this way.
What Comstock said about your finger.
Is she the little sister? Is she one of the little sister characters? Whee!
Over here, Booker.
Wasn't there like a main little sister in the first game?
Why? What is going on? Elizabeth, what do you mean this is a doorway?
I'll have to show you.
Probably gonna regret this.
One of the DLCs is completely in Rapture. Yeah, wasn't there a main little sister in the first game?
City at the bottom of the ocean.
Says
Ridiculous.
Says the guy that just came from the city floating in the sky. Not in 1. Okay, I'm probably thinking of 2, which I didn't finish because I thought it was boring. That's not her, is it? Is she the little sister from 2? Ooh.
Look at that. Thousands of doors. Opening.
No? Okay.
My God, they're beautiful.
The stars.
Uh-oh.
Come on.
Where's
Come on,
Willem?
it's this way.
Where's Willem Dafoe and
Come on.
Robert Pattinson? It's all in. Ooh, look at that! Isn't that pretty? That's so nice. Look at that! Oh, look at that! How about that for a screenshot, huh?
Are you going to open it?
It's no good. Damn it. I thought once we were here, I could fully control it.
That's pretty
I
awesome.
thought-
There goes your background right there.
What is that?
It's a key.
I should probably be looking at this.
It's always been there. I just couldn't see it.
I don't even know where she pulled it from. Where I was too busy looking at the moon. I don't know where she pulled the key from. There's no way it was in her finger, right? Whoa!
See? Not stars. They're doors.
Doors to.
To everywhere. All that's left is the choosing.
Oh. Gareg, it is time for the choosing.
What are all these lighthouses? Why are we? Who are...
There are a million worlds. All different, all similar. Constants and variables.
What?
There's always a lighthouse. There's always a man. There's always a city.
How do you know this?
I can see them through the doors. You, me, Columbia, Songbird.
Oh, you just choose.
Sometimes something's different.
Look at all the sequels.
Yes.
I hear multiverses are all the rage. Whoa.
Look.
It's us.
Not exactly. We swim in different oceans but land on the same shore. It always starts with a lighthouse.
I don't understand.
We don't need to. It'll happen all the same.
Your idea
Why?
is intriguing
Yes,
to
it
me,
does.
and I wish to subscribe to your
Yes,
newsletter.
it has.
Oh my god.
There's so many choices.
They all lead us to the same place. Where it started.
No one tells me where to go.
Booker. We've already been.
What? Can I jump across? I wonder if I can jump across. Nope. There we go. Marvel be like, there's an idea.
I know this place.
Uh-oh.
I was here. It was 20 years ago, right after Wounded Knee. I was looking for...
Come on now, time's a-wasted.
Why were you here?
Are you ready to have your past erased? Are you ready to have your sins cleansed? Are you ready to be born again? Take my hand.
No, I don't want to.
You already did, didn't you?
Accept baptism.
Ready to be born again?
I am.
What, are you
Do
drowned?
you hate your sins?
I do.
Do you hate your wickedness?
Yes.
Do you want to clean the slate, leave behind all you were before, and be born again in the blood of the Lamb? Jesus, wash this man clean. Father, make him born again. Lord,
stop it.
What are you doing to it? Get off me! Son! Son!
No, don't do it.
You think a dunk in the river's gonna change the things I've done? Let's get out of here. Hey, these doors of yours, they're all tears, right? Well, open one up. Open one up to Paris. I want to be shut of all this.
Not until we find Comstock.
Comstock's dead!
No. He was here. This way.
Okay. I'm still lost. Still lost.
What of my debts?
Bring us the girl, and wipe
Here we go. Hold on.
This is the man who hired me to find you.
Really?
Yes. The girl for the debt.
I think. Right? But that was that Lucite guy, wasn't it?
Wait, no, this is wrong. What is this?
Ah.
There's no baby. I remember. No, there was no baby, and if there was, I sure as hell wouldn't give it over to this guy.
Booker, you don't leave this room until you do.
Do it.
Oh, he's actually saying my name. So yeah, so this is the two cool people. I like them. Well, I did, but I think I'm gonna hate them now.
Go ahead.
No.
You can wait as long as you want. Eventually, you'll give him what he wants.
How do you know all this?
I can see all the doors, and what's behind all the doors. And behind one of them, I see him.
Comstock.
Is that it? No, that's Luke. That's Luke.
What choice do I have?
The debt's paid. Mr. Comstock washes you of all your sins.
Oh. So she's not the girl that I was supposed to get. I already
and wipe away the debt.
I already did that.
Baby. The deal was I go to Columbia to get you.
No, the deal was to get the baby.
They're bleeding.
Oh. Remember.
Which he already did, and he feels remorse for it, I guess.
I don't expect this next bit will do much for his mood.
Come on.
I'm just spitballing here. I'm just trying to put it all together.
What are we doing here? Comstock's dead. We can just go on with our lives. You don't need
Dead?
to.
You mean like Chen Lin? Like Lady Comstock? No. He is alive.
Wait.
Million World.
This is familiar.
It's not over because the Prophet is dead. It will only be over when he never even lived in the first place.
Hey.
Yeah, this is the start of the game,
The
right?
deal's off, you hear me? The deal is off. Give her back. Give her back.
Fine, are you mad?
Give her back, you son of a bitch.
It's ready. Go.
No. No,
Shut
no, no.
down the machine.
No.
Shut it
Anna.
down. Shut down the machine. Now do it.
Give me back my
So he-
daughter. No.
Ah, there we go. Ah, look at that. So he gave up his daughter to wipe his debts. Because he's a terrible, terrible person. That's how she lost her little pinky.
Anna.
So that's his daughter the whole time. Is what's her face?
I'm so sorry. Anna, I'm sorry.
She's gone, Booker. Anna's gone.
What?
This room with your regret. Years. Until one day, a man came to you, offered you a chance, a redemption. A chance for us to live together.
No, it works. The question is,
So they're the ones that got me. These two, which is like, oh, that's why it's Anna DeWitt.
I suppose the brand is his hair shirt, as he is ours.
Is his hair shirt? What?
Away the death. Wipe away the death.
See? He's starting to put his story.
You're quite fond of this theory of yours.
Manufacturing new memories from his old ones.
The brain adapts.
I should know. I lived it.
Booker, wake up.
But so this is the guy that worked for Comstock to develop this technology, but he got trapped in it.
To your credit, you did try to weasel out.
Yeah, these Lutice people.
This is all Comstock's.
They're basically. I think you guys told me that before. They're basically the same person.
Killed him before he did any of this.
Things get set in motion.
How would one know how far back to go?
You have to
That's
kill him
the
as a
only way to
baby.
do it. Go back to when he was born.
Oh my God! Here we go. It's the Hitler theory. Still, but doesn't that theory mean that you can't do it? That it won't work? That's one of the... It's like one of the time travel conundrum theories.
Booker, are you sure this is what you want?
I don't know what the hell I want. How am I supposed to know what I want right now?
Booker DeWitt,
What is this?
born again.
Why are we back here?
This isn't the same place, Booker.
Of course it is. I remember when.
Are you ready to leave behind all that has gone before? Wipe the slate clean.
Who are you?
You chose to walk away, but in other oceans, you didn't. You took the baptism. You were born again as a different man.
Do you hate your
It all has to end. To have never started. Not just in this world, but in all of ours.
Wait, is
Smother, 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 smother. Before the choice is made. Before you are reborn.
He's Comstock. Is he Comstock?
He's Zachary Comstock. He's Booker DeWitt.
He becomes Comstock after this.
Both.
So the way to stop him is to kill himself in this. Because when he's reborn, he becomes like a zealot. So now he never becomes Comstock to create all of this. Interesting. That kind of, if I'm understanding that correctly, that kind of came out of nowhere. Yeah, agreed. Irrational. Yeah, okay. So that's what's happening, is that he's Comstock. He becomes Comstock. He's reborn during that baptism because of the stress that he goes through from giving up the daughter. But it's a sort of recreation. It's a repeating cycle. The whole, like, the sadness that he goes through that facilitates see, this is the time travel conundrum, right? The sadness that he goes through and the guilt that he experiences is what causes him to, I don't know about go mad, but to want to change. And then he goes through this baptism. He becomes Comstock. He basically goes into a sort of zealot-like being, which he becomes Comstock. In his research, he discovers a way to get his daughter back, and he goes back in time. So he's the one that causes him to give up his daughter, brings her to the future, and she becomes Elizabeth. But then, I guess because she technically exists as an anomaly, that's why she can make the tears. Maybe that's the theory, is that she is a child out of time. So maybe that's what happens there. Now go to Reddit and post your think piece. I imagine that's what everybody did. I've said before, when we talked about Evangelion, and I've talked about this with Lost, if Evangelion, if I was around at that time and I was watching that show actively, and every week I got a new episode, I'd 100% be one of those people that every week was theory crafting a whole new idea. So yeah, it ends up becoming a sort of it's sort of like a loop that you can't really, because this is like the term. I think of this like the Terminator clause. This is sort of like the Terminator issue, where so now he's not alive to go back and take the daughter, which means he's not super depressed, which means he never becomes Comstock in the first place. So none of it happens. So he does break the cycle when he does that. So that actually does kind of work a little bit. Yeah, it's why the end is divisive. Yeah, very interesting. Like it's always super interesting with that kind of stuff. The sort of mind bending kind of thing, but probably a little too mind bending for people. I think, and I don't mean that as like people are idiots and they don't get it. I mean that at least the first game, I don't know about the second one, but the first one had a nice twist, but I don't think that the first one was mind bending. I just think it had a twist. The DLC continues the story. So what does the DLC do? It goes into, somebody said the DLC was Rapture, right? Yeah, like I said, there's a 2-part DLC in Rapture following one of the Elizabeth variants, and I forget what the other DLC was. I said this in the start. When you do the coin flip or any of the pseudo choices that look set, they actually do have a very slim chance of being different to play into the multiverse stuff, such as the coin flip. It's heads 99% of the time. So when she would tell me to catch, and the camera would turn to her, was that related to anything? Or was that just a design choice? Was that just a visual design choice? Because every time the camera jumped to her and she, catch, and he would look directly at her, I was like, does this have something to do with the story? Is it like every once in a while I turn around and it's a different one? So is the other worlds different timelines, different realities, or different dimensions? I think maybe it was different realities. It was different choices being made that lead to, that was just gameplay. Okay. I think the other realities are just different choices that were made where he withholds and maybe he waits a little bit longer, but they're all the same. Is that eventually in all of those realities, in all of the realities that go on for that long, it's because he made the choices. It's because, first of all, those realities all exist because he became Comstock. Because none of there isn't a version of those realities where he didn't do that, because that's why they exist. Because the realities where he does that is the ones where he takes the girl, and then that sort of creates the whole thing, or him existing creates the whole thing. So they're all different versions of different possibilities of how reality could have turned out. But they all lead to the same thing. Is that's what you get a lot of these sort of time travel, alternate reality stories, is that the idea ultimately becomes that everything was going to lead down to the same thing. The revive thing was actually just her shooting you with adrenaline. I like the idea you had because it was her pulling him back into reality. This is just how they did the revival system in this game. See, that's what always drives me crazy. It's like I have these ideas because I think everything is related, and it's like, no, it's just her bringing you back to life. Bioshock 1 and 2 have this revive tank, so they needed a way of doing it in this. Yeah, that was my thought for the revival, was that he was not even there, that this was sort of a trip in his mind or something, or his trip through realities like Days of Future Past and the X-Men. And him dying was, because if you die in a dream, you wake up. So that's what I thought was happening, was like, oh, he died. And then so he started to wake up, so they had to put him back under. So every time you would see him, every time you would see her injecting him, she was putting him back under. Like, that would actually be a really cool. I know that it's uncool to look at my own ideas and say that was cool, but I think that was a pretty cool idea if you kind of do that. Listening to CVS, what's this? CVS, Capcom vs. SNK 2 OST while waiting for the bus. So how's the ending? I never played these games. It's definitely a head scratcher. It's a head scratcher. Also, you just get back up a bit when you're alone. It just skips the Elizabeth. That's what I was kind of wondering. The moment where I died and I didn't have her, I was wondering, because of my theory, I was wondering, all right, well, I died. How am I going to get back up? And yeah, he just kind of gets himself back up. Which, either way, with my theory or just with the game being the way the game is, that kind of doesn't really make sense. Like, why couldn't he just get himself up before? So, oh yeah, they got all these credits and stuff. I guess was this crowdfunded or something? And IKEA, Greg, listen to my story. It's awesome. Hey, I like doing that. I do that all the time. I make up stories for like why things might be the way they are, and then I get mad when they're not. Like, I don't get mad, but then I see the way they're doing it. Like, it's like I've said this about the sequel trilogy for Star Wars, going back to Star Wars. I think that they were fine for the most part. I think that they had a lot of problems, but for the most part, the story was okay. But I had this different idea for what I wanted them to do. And because of that, I look at the sequel trilogy and I think, man, it could have been the thing that I made up. But no, it was this instead. All right, I'm going to keep that off. Oh, listen to the song. No, it doesn't sound familiar, but it sounds like the story of what he kind of went through. Is this like what was in his mind when he was reborn? Or is this... right? Because he can't live with the grief and stuff, so he wants to rebuild everything, but he wants to rule the world so that he can control how he feels, maybe? I don't know. It's a game that benefits from multiple plays. Oh, Tears for Fears? Is that what that is? Oh, everybody. Okay, yeah. Everybody wants to rule the world. A few playthroughs really looking stuff around, and finding the Vox phones to get all of the information. All right, so I wonder if this is, you know what this is? This is definitely a game where, and we're talking about Baldur's Gate. Wait, what?
This is fine. It's that one line I know.
What?
Yeah. Well, he'll figure it out.
That's what I'm saying. Went back home, Lord. My home was lonesome. Went back home, Lord. My home was lonesome. All my brothers, sisters
Look around at me, pay attention to NPCs and the random dialogue. I was thinking about like games like this, Baldur's Gate 3. These are games where I would put them on dramatically easy because I want to find everything and I want to experience everything. Like I've already experienced the challenge, so now I want to experience the story, and I want to do it in a way where I can sort of coast through the game and I can do it at my own pace. I actually don't want to rule the world. I know. I always think that, KH. Ever since I was a kid, I used to think that, like, ruling the world sounds like a lot of work.
I don't think that's supposed to say alone.
I used to say that I want to be rich and not famous. Because you would always, I want to be rich and famous. I want to be rich and not famous. I don't want to do all the work. Hopefully this isn't all DMCA'd. Yeah, this is something games were trying to do more in the mid-2000s to early 2010s. They did thank yous to the family and friends, did these behind the scenes and more. Companies realized they could instead get gamers to pay an extra $10 for that stuff. Well, nowadays, this is stuff that you see in YouTube videos. Nowadays, you get a 20-minute YouTube video that's a sort of behind the scenes, and then it works as advertising. You know, if somebody's seeing this right now, they already bought the game. Whereas if they see a YouTube video, they say, oh, that's kind of cool, you know, and then they kind of work it as advertising. And then they sell you the song later, right? They sell you the single. You get the EP later on with this song. That's the DLC, is the actual song. This sounds like a YouTuber apology. Gold editions is like a few items to scan. Digital OST. It's always the digital OST. That's why, yeah, it's always the digital OST. Yeah, you're right. It is also the behind the scenes. No, but that's what I mean. You can give them the behind the scenes on YouTube, and then when they see the behind the scenes, part of the behind the scenes is talking about the soundtrack, and then you sell them the soundtrack. You can do it. You can do it. I think back then at this time, because what was this, 2013? I think we were at a point where YouTube was obviously very well known and popular, but I don't think advertisers had really started utilizing it yet. I don't feel like we were in that era where you got a whole bunch of making of and early videos and stuff. I don't know. I feel like you weren't getting a ton of that stuff on YouTube yet. It's weird. It's weird that YouTube and social media, it started as the sort of things that it started as, and it was, silly videos and whatnot, and families would upload stuff. There wasn't any monetization on a lot of that stuff, and then slowly but surely, I did watch those trailers. They were like very actiony. They felt very actiony for some of those trailers. Looked different too. The Elizabeth looked very different in one of them. Someone explain it in fighting game terms. How would I explain it in fighting game terms? I don't know if I can explain it in fighting game terms. Atomic, did you see Terminator 2? Did you watch? Do you remember Terminator 2? I don't know if it's Tekken. It's complicated. Just shift. I heard a theory that the trailers were failed reality. I mean, I always like that concept. I like that concept. Okay, so in Terminator 2, Skynet gets created by Cyberdyne Industries because Miles Dyson finds the parts of the first Terminator, works his magic on them, and then develops the technology which eventually becomes Skynet, which eventually takes over and does everything. The theory of the movie is that a warrior from the future, the Terminator, came back and they decide they're going to kill Miles Dyson to stop the future from happening. That's sort of what happened here. They were trying to figure out a way to stop Comstock from what he was doing. It turns out that your guy that you're playing the whole time is Comstock eventually. He eventually becomes Comstock. So the ending is him killing himself to stop that future from ever happening.
Sure.
The reason he became Comstock, all the stuff about giving up the daughter, that's just to build up to why he became that. But the ultimate, what happens at the end is he realizes that if he wants to kill the guy and stop that horrible future from happening, he's the guy that he has to kill. Booker tagged in his daughter to get the win, realized he got mixed up, and tried to make things right. Turns out he was both players, so Elizabeth had to turn off the console. Wait. Okay. I'm going to say go ahead with that one. Can I skip any of this? All right, I just pushed a button and I skip it. And it just went to that. If you want to invert the look, you can do so from... Yeah, invert. I already inverted. It's the way to go. New Bioshock the Collection? What is this? Just an ad? Oh, that's right. This was there before, right? That was just an ad. Downloadable content. I don't think I... Does this come with it? Oh, here we go. So this is the Clash in the Clouds. Oh, is this the Sky Pier arc? You told me not to watch this. You said the Sky Pier arc was terrible. Oh, I shouldn't play that. All right, so Water 1 and 2 are here. Where's Water 7? All right. Burial, let's see, is the continuation. Clash in the Clouds is just it's just an arena. All right, I'm not gonna play the missions, but credits, options. Did they open up anything? Water 7's in development. Okay. I don't like the way that guy's looking at me. It makes me uncomfortable. Okay. So that's Bioshock Infinite. I finally played this game. It's good. I think it's good. It's, you know, it's confusing as all hell, which is not really a problem. I think it's clearly supposed to be confusing, but it's supposed to sort of keep you engaged. You know, again, the issue is that I play it and then I stop. So then that creates a sort of disconnect. Ultimately, I think my basically, if you miss the waves of enemies attacking you, you could pay to relive that final fight. That's kind of what I thought it was. Good gameplay, not a story I really seem to like. Just a little too, I wouldn't say a little too confusing. I mean, I think for the most part I understood the main stuff. I definitely think when I missed the thing yesterday, when I missed one of those Voxophone things yesterday, and it was the thing that was explaining Lucite or whatever, Lucidi, whatever the hell their name was. That did not, can I be honest with you? That didn't feel optional. That feels like, it feels like it would, Lutes, I thought it was I thought it was Lucete. That felt like a pretty big piece of information. So I do think that that's something that probably should have been just sort of given to you. Maybe it was very obvious and I just missed it, but it definitely is my problem with the way this game tells the story. Lutes, is that really? That's how you pronounce it? That seems weird. What happened to the C? What happened to the C there? I feel like they wanted to hit the Bioshock 1 level of twist, and that's not a problem. I think the Bioshock 1 level of twist works as far as like you find out he's Comstock or whatever, but I just feel like there were a lot of gaps. I feel like there's just a chunk of gaps the whole time, and the gaps are the characters, and who are these people, and why do they matter, and why is there two of them, and it's one of those where, all right, you understand what they're doing, but you have more questions than answers. And I know that they're there, but because the game allows you to miss that stuff, that always kind of bothers me. That's just a game design thing that I'm not really a big fan of. From an action standpoint, I think it was fine. I think it does what it needs to do. You know, we talked yesterday about how comfortable I was with the controls. So I think from a gameplay standpoint, I think it was okay. The problem is I just kind of wanted it to be doing more. And if it did more, then I would just complain that it's doing too much. But there were some parts of it where I thought, man, I do kind of wish there was a little... I wish it functioned... I wish he moved a little faster. But I always kind of wish that. I always wish that my characters move just a little bit quicker and they turn around and they're more responsive and stuff. So, but from a gameplay standpoint, I thought it was okay. I think it did exactly what it needed to do. I never was in danger of saying I don't want to play this game anymore, except for the end. the last segment, I think, was the only time I said I really don't want to play this anymore. Every other time, I was very genuinely interested in playing it, and I was comfortable playing it from a control standpoint. Bioshock 1's twist is way too next level to try and beat. Bioshock 1's twists worked because there wasn't anything that you miss. You don't miss any of the interactions that are mandatory for you to understand why the twist is important. And I don't think it was that complex. I don't think it was anywhere near as complex as this. This just had a lot of moving parts to it. Some of the parts you could very easily miss, and some of the parts you can just misunderstand. So I do think that that's a problem. If you get it, this is very good. If you miss too much, you'll think, I don't know what the hell just happened. Were you though? At times felt like you'd rather be playing Baldur's Gate. That's more about how good Baldur's Gate is. That's more about why I think Baldur's Gate is probably better. But even Baldur's Gate kind of pissing me off sometimes. I think some of the Vox phones hint at some stuff, but overall it did feel like they planned the twist first and then built the game around it before realizing how to connect them. If you had to recommend a game, Bioshock 1 versus this, one in a heartbeat. Yeah, there's not even a challenge as to which one of these I would recommend. Now, if I could take this gameplay and add it to one, that's a tough one. I think I might still keep one's gameplay the way it is. It felt a little bit slower and it felt a little bit more like it suited the mood. Whereas this game, I think it worked better because of the jumping around and the grappling hooks and stuff. I think one worked better for one, and this game worked better for this game. I think if you put them the other way, I think you would say that they felt mismatched. That this game moved too slow for what they intended you to do, and one was a bit too fast for the mood that they were trying to set. So I think that they work fine. I think it's just a matter of which one you like. If you care more about the action, I think this one might be a little bit better. But you are going to be confused by the story. Okay, folks, he's cleared. Bioshock 2 gameplay is superior. I even prefer Rapture over Columbia. First, Bioshock twist work is... what makes Bioshock's twist work is firstly, it reminds you that it's been in your face the whole time, but on repeat playthrough, you notice that the game is very upfront about the freight. Yeah, like they're not even subtle about it, but you don't think to look at it. That's why I suspect everything. It's games like Bioshock that did that to me, where I suspect everything. That's why I suspected the whole thing, where she would say, "Here, catch," and I would turn around and look at her. I suspected it because that was my "would you kindly," and I kept thinking, is this how she's like subtly controlling me, where every time I turn around and get something, she's like, something's happening, and that's what's going on? You can dual wield for start. You have a gun in one hand and a spell in the other, or 2 guns or 2 spells to make them stronger. Infinite has better gunplay, but the weapon wheel and multiple ammo choices make that game way better. Since it wasn't here, did you see the Sonic 3? Oh yeah, we did. I did. We talked about it earlier. It looks good. It looks really good. I still haven't watched 1 and 2, but from the trailer for 3 was good enough to make me want to watch 1 and 2. Rapture as a setting intrigued me more than Columbia. Columbia's whole thing was racism. Aren't we terrible? Whereas the idea that builds up Rapture makes sense and makes you at least understand why people would go underwater and be amongst people with similar mindset. Yeah, I you know what? That's an interesting thought piece, Marcos. Rapture worked well because it was underwater, and underwater implies a sense of isolation. You felt isolated when you're there. Being up in the air, I think, instills a sense of freedom. You know, the sort of skyfaring culture. It definitely instills a sense of freedom, but I don't associate that freedom with racism. I don't associate it with the type of racism that the game involved, unless you were talking about a fantasy world where the bird people don't like the bug people or something. Then it would kind of make sense. But the nature of race, yeah, like free to be racist is kind of how it felt. But I don't know, free to judge, right? It's like in Skyborn Planet Fitness. It all comes full circle. That to me was kind of like, it didn't really fit the mood that I thought that they were trying to imply. And from a just a visual standpoint, I didn't really, not to mention that type of racism, that's this sort of pseudo real racism. Sometimes it just hits a little too close to home. Right? I need fantasy racism. I need Frieza calling the Saiyans monkeys. I need it to feel fake, because when it feels too real, it feels too real. Yeah, Columbia is basically, let's just take 1912 America in the skies, while Rapture was the world's best. It wasn't about class or division. Everyone was equal. But also the hubris of the genius leading to their own downfall. The book, Bioshock Rapture, is very good. It's about the start and fall of the city. You get the mood sense of that from exploring around. You get a good sense of that from exploring around. Like, I guess that's something that I would, if I go back to, I would put the game on easy. Can you put the game on easy? I'm still in the game, so. Options, graphics, gameplay, floating, text, combat. Does this game even have an easy mode? I don't think so. Yeah, this game doesn't even have an easy mode. I mean, I guess you could just wear all of the DLC gear and make yourself really powerful. Ultimately, I thought this was good. I thought this was really good. Visually, it has this weird sort of graphic thing happening where everything is colorful, but it's also washed out, which, you know, kind of makes sense because you're up in the air and you got the sunlight and everything. So it definitely works. Like this image right here. I'm looking at this image here. Everything is bright and colorful, and it has this sort of weird level of contrast where everything's a little too bright and maybe contrasted a little too much, but it kind of works. It creates a very unique environment. If you do the Konami code at the title screen, you unlock super hard mode. I'm not falling for that one. You gotta enter the code. What is it? There's probably a code like gullible. You gotta enter gullible. While all Infinite's exploring is a more sense of class system and racism, such as a lot of the black and Irish signs for kitchen toilets. Yeah. Wait, it's true? No, you guys, no. See, this is where I am, right? This is where I am. This is the trick I just saw, or I saw the other day. I saw this in a video somewhere that said, you write gullible on the ceiling, and then you tell people, hey, it says gullible on the ceiling, and then no one wants to look because they don't want to be the sucker, but it actually does say it. And then when somebody looks and says, oh my God, it does say it, they all think that they're lying to them. A trick. Is this 1999 mode? Can we unlock beating Bioshock Infinite for the first time on our consoles or by entering the Konami code on the game while on the game menu? So on this menu, I'm gonna fall for it, aren't I? Wait, what was it? It was cancel confirm. Okay. Is it here? Oh, wait, I should already have it, right? Oh, because it says either or. So what is it? Yeah, I should already have it, though, right? The code is just to get it before beating the game. Oh, wait, cancel. That's confirmed, so. This will overwrite. No, don't do that. Well, it didn't say it there, so wait. Erase your save data and do it. No, I'm not gonna play it that way anyway. Yeah, don't actually. Yeah, Lilac made the whole website just to trick me. Oh, you should be on either new game or chapter select. Oh, okay, so I should be here. So, all right, so. No, okay. It's gonna go back the second you hit cancel, so it has to probably be here. All right. All right. We'll probably just wrap it up there. You gotta enter the passcode Doom base to unlock Ultimate Hard Mode. No, what was it? Abacab. Abacab was the Mortal Kombat one. Abacab, and then Dullard, and that was to enter the debug mode. Abacab turned on the blood. Dullard entered the debug mode where you can change a lot more settings. Yeah, we'll probably just wrap it up there. I'll be honest, if I had my Switch, I probably would have bought the DS collection and we would have started playing that right now. Oh, that's a good question though. What's next? I don't know. This was a donation game, so I'm not gonna play the other ones. I'm not gonna play Bioshock 1 or 2. So this counts as a donation. I think this was Logan. Logan, I think this was you. So thank you so much. This was Logan along with Tony Hawk, I believe. Glad you played it at least. A good game. The story has some leaps in logic, and I'm not too satisfied with. And the DLC makes things worse for me. Next on the donation list. So what is next on the donation list? We're not going to do Resident Evil games yet. That's going to be for later September and October, and that'll probably just be Resident Evil 3 and then maybe 4. I think we should do. I think we should do the DLC. So far, we made it very enticing. How long is the DLC? Are they an hour or two a piece, or is that a whole nother 2 weeks of streams? A few hours. I don't know what else is on the donation list. I don't know what else we're moving for. If I donate BG 1 and 2, no, I can tell you right now I won't. I probably will not enjoy those games. Everything that people have said with the struggle that I'm having with BG 3, I will probably not enjoy those games. Knock it out in 2 streams. Maybe. I mean, it isn't Rapture, so that'd be kind of cool. Around 2 to 3 hours each. So maybe we can look into trying those out. But what would be after that? I don't know. I mean, we could do Castlevania. You know what's funny? That's probably not a bad idea either. I did Circle of the Moon, right? The Castlevania Advanced Collection. I did Circle of the Moon, but I never did the other ones. I don't think I did Harmony of Dissonance or Aria of Sorrow. I should probably do Aria of Sorrow because I've never played Aria of Sorrow, but I've played Dawn of Sorrow. So I should probably do that. Yeah, I never played Aria. I don't think I played... Did I play Harmony on stream? I don't remember. I don't think I did Harmony on stream. I feel like it's time to pop your 3D platformer cherry. I've played 3D platformers before. I played Mario... I played Mario Galaxy. And I played the Odyssey. I played Odyssey. Are you ready for SGB Halloween playthrough? Ooh, I want to try out that. I have to buy that game, Little Misfortune. I want to see if that's a good game for that. I might play Carrion, and there was another horror game that I talked about trying out. I can't remember what the other one was. I did Circle of the Moon. I know I did Circle of the Moon because that's the first one. I just don't remember if I did Harmony of Dissonance or not, and I don't think I did. Yeah, I want to play Little Misfortune. I possibly want to play Carrion. Ooh, Alien Isolation. What did I think of the ending? It took me a while to sort of understand what was happening. I'm fine with the ending. My issues with the ending are more about the rest of the game. Yeah, my issues with the ending are just more about... I made it to the end with questions, but I think for the most part I understood what was happening in the ending. Carrion, I'm gonna do for the event. Like I said, I want to try Little Misfortune and see if that's something that'd be good for the event. There was another game. I actually had another horror game that I thought, man, this would actually be kind of cool, like something really interesting to play. The ending and the it's short. Oh, no, Kia. Here's my problem. Carrion is like, that's something that we would just try. I wouldn't actually play that whole thing. The problem with Carrion is that there's no map, so yeah, you don't know Uncle then. I've played that game through a couple of times, and I still get lost in that game. Everything looks kind of the same in that game. I want to learn it though. I do want to learn that game more. That's probably what I should do. Is I should learn Carrion more consistently, so that when we do it for SGB, I can at least for Halloween anyway, I can at least play through it in a consistent way. The ending of made me feel like I wasted my time. Oh wow, look! Speaking of the devil, Haunted Arcade rating with a party of 9. Welcome everybody. Welcome Elliot. Welcome everybody from Elliot's stream. I hope everybody's doing all right. We were just talking. We just finished Bioshock Infinite. Has anybody here played Bioshock Infinite? I just finished that game for the first time. Confusing ending, but I understood it. The game had some problems. Blah 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 blah. Greg speedruns Ultimate Carnage. I mean, Carrion. Yeah, but Carrion is a game I would do. Little Misfortune is a game I would do. And there's one other one, and I don't remember. I remember seeing it thinking this would be a lot of fun. Maybe we'll do like Splatterhouse. Hey, Chiari. Chiari. Yeah, there we go. I got it. I don't actually ever say your name. I know who you are. I just don't ever say your name, so... So I'm playing the DS Castlevania collection in the background. Haunted Castle Revisited feels like a sequel to Castlevania Rebirth. Oh no, Resi 4 Dragoon. Resi 4 would be for here. Resident Evil 4 would be for here. I'm talking about SGB specifically for the Halloween fest for SGB. The Castlevania Haunted Castle Revisited feels like Castlevania Rebirth. That's kind of. I never played Rebirth. It looked great, but I never got to play any of the Rebirth games. SGB also did 4. Yeah, Resident Evil wouldn't be... I feel like the Halloween Fest stuff is probably better for games that you probably haven't seen. That's why I want to do some of those games, because I know that nobody ever really played them. You should play my uncle who works for Nintendo. It's short, and I think it's free. That's a game, right? Isn't that actually something that got released? Go to work and get your Switch. I know, it's a little too... Well, I mean, it's not late. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but realistically, I could do that, and it would be good exercise, because I didn't go to the gym today. So, well, I'm going to just move my workout to tomorrow, but... Oh, it's a horror game. Oh, it is a horror game. Maybe. Plumbers don't wear ties playthrough. No, but what'll be the next thing for here? I don't know. I feel like I had something in mind. What about any of the games that are on my backlog? Is that something? I'm looking at my backlog. Well, I'm looking at the stack of games over there trying to remember them. Like, what do I think would work really well? I feel like I want to go back to something older. So maybe a Castlevania game. I have the Mega Man games too. You know what? That might be something to do, is to play Mega Man X. Ooh, Live Alive? That's not a bad idea. Plumbers don't wear ties, but they do jump, man. I'll post it in side chat one if you want to look it over. I have the Mega Man X collection. AGM donated me the X collection for Steam, so maybe that's an idea. Speaking of Castlevania, there's so much love going for this DLC. What's this? There's so much love going for this DLC. What DLC? DLC? Or you're talking about just the DS collection? Mario RPG Remake. I don't have that. I haven't picked that up yet. That's one of the ones that I need to pick up. No, maybe Sea of Stars. Oh, for the Dead by Daylight. Oh, okay. For the okay, that DLC. Yeah. I mean, of course, it's Castlevania. Come on, you get to be Dracula. Why wouldn't you want to do that? My only problem with that is you only get, like, all they brought was Dracula, right? You don't get to be like Trevor and. Because imagine Dracula chasing Simon, Trevor, Richter, and Maria. How cool would that be if you had all the skins? What's this? Go pick it up when you pick up your Switch. Oh, you just got all the ideas. I don't want to be Dracula. He sucks. Oh, wait. I can turn the volume back up. Live stream. That's what everybody was saying. Like, live stream the walk. Imagine Dracula selling cereal. Isn't that just Count Chocula? You get Trevor, Simon, Leon, and Alucard. Oh, they are there as skins. And other characters are getting skins based on those characters. Yeah, I think it's just Count Chocula is Dracula selling a cereal. Okay. You know, a game does have a fun ending. Bloodborne. A lot of games that are in line with that game LA played last year. Stay Out of the House. The one in the convenience store. I got ones that your young girl is a VTuber, one where you're a delivery driver in rural Japan, and loads of others like that. I have plenty of ideas. Grab your Switch. Stop at Best Buy for Mario RPG. Stop for ice cream as a treat. I like the ice cream part. You're selling me on the ice cream part. We need a cereal Castlevania. Could you imagine Kia? a Castlevania style platformer, but you fight the monster cereal monsters. Count Chocula is the final boss. You fight Frankenberry. You fight Boo Berry. You fight the Fruity Yummy Mummy. Who was the werewolf? What was the werewolf? Fruit Brute. Fruit Brute was the werewolf. You got the new girl. You got the mummy girl now, right? The DJ. Yeah, Fruit Brute was the werewolf. What's her name? What's the new mummy girl's name? Or the zombie. She's a zombie, I think. She's a zombie. She's the zombie DJ. That's kind of funny. A Castlevania game, but the bosses are replaced with the monster cereal characters. Oh, I like that. No. Oh wait, there it is. Yeah, look. Why is he jumping at him like that? Throw into no. Oh no. Wait. Instead of like a Simon Belmont, cereal mascots are the characters that you pick. So you pick Tony the Tiger or Captain Crunch, and then Captain Crunch, like he throws stuff at you. He throws a cereal at you. So then the roof of your mouth bleeds, right? So like Tony the Tiger, he just swipes at you. Lucky Charms, where he swings a pot of gold at you. Who else you got? You got Toucan Sam, right? Do people even care about Toucan Sam anymore? This should have been surprisingly good browser game and a cereal. This is great. I like this. Yeah, no, see that, but Chester Cheetah's not that's a mascot. That's a mascot for snack food. We got to keep it cereal related here. We got to keep it cereal related. I went Kellogg's versus General Mills crossover fighting game. Yeah, come on, we got to keep it cereal related, and the game is called Serial Killer. I don't know, that's just too generic. You can't do that. You can't do that. Tony gets ice base attacks. Why would he get ice base? I figured he would get like beast attacks, claws and swipes and stuff. Serial killers. Cerealvania? No. Raisin Bran is the super boss. He's frosted. All right, but that's gonna do it for today. Give me a second here. Let me find somewhere to send you to. We're gonna wrap up early because we started super early. Probably send you here just because I. Okay. Snap Cracklevania pop. Ooh, Cracklevania. That does sound kind of cool. We'll figure Kellogg. Wait. Kellogg's versus General Mills. KVG. Let's see. KVG. You said Mark of the Millennia. No. It's got to be cereal related. Bash in the Bowl. No, KVG. Bash in the Bowl. Right? What do you think? The bowl tippeth over. Bash in the bowl? No? Let's see here. Oh, wait. Come on. KVG, Breakfast of Champions. Champions of Breakfast. Champions of Breakfast. There we go. KVG, Champions of Breakfast. There we go. There's your Kellogg's versus General Mills fighting game. There we go. Champions of Breakfast. I like it. All right. But that is going to do it for today. So thank you everybody. We're like I said, we're wrapping up a little early because we started early. Thank you so much for sticking around for when we watched all of the events. That was a ton of fun. Some great announcements there. If you happen to miss them for whatever reason, obviously go online and you can check out what all of the announcements were. Some of the big ones again were the Castlevania collection, the Tetris collection, the Capcom fighting stuff. What is it, like Fighting Collection 2 or something? So go check out all of that stuff. Those events were really cool. And thank you for sticking around for the end of Bioshock Infinite. It was fun to finally play this game. This game's been sitting there forever, so now I can finally say that I beat Bioshock Infinite, which is, I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. The Patrick game, definitely. Absolutely. For right now, though, I have Luca to send you to. They are playing something, or it looks like they're just talking right now, but it looks like they're going to be playing something called Galaxy Burger. So stick around after the credits, and I will send you over there to hang out and represent us very well. Let me get this ready here. Oh my god! I opened up the thing for like the Raid channel, and I almost thought for a split second I saw one of them and thought it was me. It was real weird. Which is kind of funny because it's a blonde woman on on the thumbnail, and I thought that was me for a second. It had to do with like her seating position and the way she was facing. But thank you so much everybody for stopping and hanging out. Tomorrow we have off, so we'll be back on Thursday. I don't know what we'll do on Thursday. We'll see what happens. Just as far as what we're going to be playing, what we're going to be doing. Maybe come back and do the DLC for this. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But thank you so much everybody for stopping in and for hanging out. Don't forget to drink your mask. Wait. Don't forget to drink your mask, wear your water, social distance whenever possible. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I will see you all Thursday.